Hi, welcome back to the Tabletalkers. I'm Robert. I'll be your host for tonight. We have Arik and Thaddeus's intro session for this campaign.
Hello. Hello.
But we're going to be starting off with Arik, and we'll get to Thaddeus a bit later on. Hopefully, I don't have to take too many trips back outside to deal with a barking dog, because the coyotes are active tonight. And coyotes howling set dog off. But, anyways, Arik, would you like to pronounce your character's name and give a description of them, please?
The character I have is Camaxtle. It is a UNT pureblood. Black of scale, kind of very slightly tan of skin, black hair, and like yellowy orange eyes.
And Camaxtle. That is. These names are. We have two easy names and two hard names. Camaxtle. But.
I imagine it's going to become Cam, unless people actually manage to keep to the Axtle.
What if it's just Axtle instead?
I feel like they're not going to do that because the hard X to T.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not really our native tongue. But. So. One night, say night, more evening, getting into your studies a bit. Out of nowhere, you get a call. I say get a call, but one of the servants comes by. Good evening, sire. All of you have been summoned to Kuate hosting a party. He says he wants to celebrate the coming of something new. He did not go into more details. As a smaller, more diminutive, looks like they're a bit more malnourished, Yanti, no insight checked. They look shaky. They normally look shaky, but you can't tell if they were recently punished for doing something wrong and are still recuperating from that, or because they just said this is a party that just got announced out of nowhere. They're expecting to mess up, or if anyone messes up, or anything doesn't go the way the host likes it, they'll be receiving punishment later.
Whatever seems to be the matter. You look shaky, and it is not simply due to speaking to me.
Nerve, sire. You know how Kuate gets. He is very powerful, and sometimes, if I may speak openly...
You may.
Sometimes whoever he deems has performed the worst for the night gets to be his magical experiment.
Are you claiming that it does not normally go well for them?
The scars are usually healed up. Or new flesh grafted on. But if you'll excuse me, I have others to tell as well. He did say, please attend at dusk.
If I may be so bold, what others are to be attending?
It should be everyone from the same hatching as you. The other mark bearers.
Just internally, how big of an actual number is that?
The mark bearers, only 2 others, one of them being Kuate. The the hatch group used to be 20, it's now down to about 6.
Very well, take your leave. I will set about making preparations.
Give a curt bow and quickly leave.
And while I'm putting things away, I'm gonna think and try to figure out whom I should go to. Because never know what these guys are gonna try, and there's not many of us left. Individuals that I might be able to have saved my ass, as it were.
Kuate is sort of the alpha of the pack in reference of both physically was just born bigger than everyone else and has always been sort of the physical bully, but it's not the brute meathead either. They have a deceptive intelligence. They've always kind of let people hang themselves.
And I'm doing what I can to not get hanged.
Yeah. Or instigate people to fight with him, knowing that in that case, well, it's just him defending himself at that point. There was also that one guy that he just snapped the neck of because they really pissed him off, and they couldn't really do much to stop him. That was more of a showing, though. For, keep the servants in line. But as he stands at the moment, as far as you know, that is, unless someone kills him, the next tyrant in line to be. As for people that you can go to, Ayodi has been your, more of your personal aid. Pretty much assigned to you at birth, and he's pretty much been your, indentured servant, more style. Up to you how you've treated him, but, he is an epitome of undying loyalty. And has always had a case of, he's been the Alfred to your Batman.
As far as treatment goes, it would be civil, but there is a power dynamic that does not shift.
Correct. He's a bit older of a Yuan-Ti male, but it's a case of coming from a servant family.
They never had a chance.
Yeah.
If you're saying I am over there, then I will begin with Peyote. They are having a get-together later at M name that I have forgotten, because Arik's dumb. And bad with names.
So am I. But, yeah. Kuate.
Yeah, that one. Where did the M come from? I don't know. Anyway, they're having a get-together, and knowing them, I'd rather someone know where I was, as it were, just in case.
As, I'm actually well aware of that already, sir. I have a few preparations if anything should go awry. I have, a bag full of emergency supplies should you need to escape.
And it is good to know that you have my back.
Yes, this is a surprise for gathering all of you. It may be an attempt to get all of you out at once, so...
That is also what I'm wary of.
Yes. Is there any phrase or any such wording that you would like to signal me to begin preparations?
I feel like this time we are going into their web, as it were. Use your own judgment. You've kept me alive thus far.
Very well, then.
And if there is aught else, then appropriate partay attire, and then head that way.
Yes. Get
To
yourself...
the literal den of snakes.
Yes. As... give me a d6. Actually, d4.
Grab the pyramid.
Pyramid.
The pyramid of power, 4.
4. Alright. So... You are the last one to show up. As it's just the 6 of you there, say from your brood hatching, and you're missing one other person. However, to have a bit of a gossip going on at the moment between hush whispers over the table, the host there, Kuate, is absent at the moment. However, you can see a couple retainers atop a set of stairs at attention, like, say, like being ready for an entrance. As you enter, you're immediately greeted with a welcome, sir. Sir, anything you'd like me to take or anything to get for you?
Look around at if there are any refreshments, and then just point a finger toward one.
Yeah, you have variation of different bottles of wine, water. You have various different fruit drink mixes. You have one servant that is over there specifically prestidigitating drinks to make them cold, to give you make more like a slushy type deal.
Well, we are fantastically resistant to poison, so just whatever they would think would be okay at this point in time. No preference from Arik.
Well, is Camaxtle more of a sweet guy, a bitter guy, stays away from the alcohol, has a drink to loosen up a bit?
Probably more of the, like, fruit adjacent.
Alright. So, something sweeter. But would he want a slushie?
No.
He'll stick to the juice.
Because otherwise you put ice cubes against teeth, and that's wrong.
Oh, no. No, it's not ice cubes. They're literally kind of like pressed. You know how like when you get a soda or a bottle of water that's like been in the freezer, but it's not frozen, but you pour it out and then it slushifies?
It's still too cold.
Okay. Alright. Just double checking. Alright. Yeah. Yep, they will, they'll sit there and pretty much with just a little hand crank blender and press. And pretty much just in front of you, just go through and cut through several different exotic fruits, press them together, strain everything out several times, and present it to you.
Take it. Wander around the area.
And this table is longer than it really should be for this small of a group of people, but normally these parties aren't for this small group of people. Normally it's a much larger thing. So you have the group of your broodlings. Never really referred to each other as brother and sisters. That's too much like family. But your hatchmates there, all kind of spaced apart to where they can talk with each other with civil conversation, but they're all still a couple chairs apart from each other on sides, all towards the head of the table. Where would you like to sit?
If we're assuming that the head would be their seat, then lower left quadrant.
Okay. Would you like to make it awkward and sit slightly further away so voices have to be raised?
No.
Okay.
And I'm assuming it's mostly almost vapid chit-chat about this, that, and the other thing until somebody actually gets there.
Yeah, at the moment, you're hearing some, say as you sit down, they're kind of just coming to the, yes, that public temp was very sloppy, very sloppy. I mean, they literally just jumped out of a tree and thought just stabbing them to death would work. And it's kind of the point of armor to stop that. Sometimes these assassins are just lazy. They just pay a few gold pieces. They'll do anything to them. Camaxtle, it has been some time. How are you?
All is well. Been working on my research. What of yours?
Spells come along. Spells come along. Been in the library many a days. By chance, have you heard whispers of what this is about?
Some sort of a get-together to show off something new. Which is normally code for getting rid of the old. So we'll see.
Well, he's talented, but I doubt he's undergone any of the Ascension rituals. I feel like that would have been a much larger ceremony. As a couple minutes go by, you have a bit of idle chit-chat available, unless you just want to sit there quietly and listen.
Chit-chat as appropriate. Mostly responses.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah.
And you have one servant come down the stairs. If I may get your attention. Quate the Great will be here in a moment. Please rise to greet him. As one of your broodmates kind of shoots you a glance at the table of the. We're dealing with this kind of ceremony. We're dealing with this kind of party.
Acquiesce to their desires.
And he pulls out a very tiny little woodwind instrument and just gives it a couple little notes.
It's got that Willy Wonka flute.
Pretty much. As Quate comes out from behind the curtains, which two of the servants that were up there before hold apart for him, standing roughly 6.5 feet, probably, let's say, probably close to 300 pounds if you're going off standard human muscle mass. A attire that you're not used to seeing here. This is normally what people across the sea wear. It's a much more different style of fashion. It's tight around the chest. It's got a bit of poof on the shoulder. He's wearing this new kind of puffy, frilly hat. All of it, just adorned with bits of gold, silver, and various jewels. And wielding what you could probably describe as a scepter, but also a mace. Holding it by the top, so using it as a cane walking out, and getting to the top of the stairs. Ah, my hatchmates. My brothers and sisters, if I may. I have called you here tonight because I have made a great discovery. I have received prophecies from overseas that soon a great darkness will befall the land. The great darkness that has gone over an ancient text I have uncovered in the libraries. One of our gods of old. One whose name is scratched out from histories that, well, if we can find and acquire power from, we may be able to rule this new land of darkness. Make it our home. Our people have always been able to survive in the dark, regardless of our nature. We're no strangers to the Underdark, after all, if need be. The people across the seas, though, they're weak. Their farmlands will fail. Their crops will die. Their livestock will die. And they will be ripe for us to take over. Now, I know what many of you are thinking, that I've gathered you all here to take care of you. But that's not the case. I have actually gathered you here to offer you positions of which you would have been able to have under my leadership anyways. However, now, and with every word he's saying, he's making just hand gestures, like broad, sweeping hand gestures, symbols of power.
Is anything
Each of you
going off in my mind that says something arcane is happening?
No, it's more of the politician type of waving their hands.
Eyes dart to a few of the servants to make sure they're not picking up on a code or something.
Give me a perception.
Darky. 19 total.
19?
Uh-huh.
They are, let's say, you're able to catch one of them whisper something to one, and they go out, and then they come back from, I guess what you would say the kitchen area, with a cart full of, let's say, some looks to be very old wines, very classic vintage. It's looks like they got it out of a cellar somewhere, and the cellar wasn't open for a few hundred years, probably. I will need people to govern the new territories. And all of you are well qualified, or at least on the right way. So, as some of their terms are across the sea, you could be the dukes and duchess of their lands. the Kapakucha dynasty would not become just a dynasty anymore. It would be an empire. My empire. He's kind of just waving his hand like up to the ceiling there. So, I say we make a toast to this discovery and unite together under this new cause. As one of the servants is going about and uncorks this wine, pours it out, say, a glass for each of you. And just in case you're worried about a poison, he takes the glass, or takes the bottle, and takes a swig and then hands it back, swallows it. Feel free to wait a couple minutes. I'll be fine. But if you don't feel like waiting, we can toast now. With your perception there's kind of you kind of have a 50-50 split on the... Half of you are kind of in there like, oh, this is about to get really bad, or, oh, thank God, I'm not going to get murdered.
Smells like a curse to me.
Saying that one out loud or just to me?
Just to you.
Alright. And as things are, as the drinks are getting poured out, and looks like a toast is about to begin, Aodi comes in. Aodi comes up to you, and I'm terribly sorry to interrupt. Sir, we have something of importance for you to come take a look at this instant. I do apologize for this interruption. It will only be a brief moment.
Go on.
Yeah, Isaiah, go ahead.
Kind of look around to everybody else there and then go, might I request we hold off on the toast for just a moment? Something evidently requires my attention.
Please, take care of what you need to.
Put the glass on the table and then go.
And he's going to say, as you stand up, he'll scoot the chair in behind you, and stick behind you to your right side. And lean down as you're walking, and whisper, just, I have a boat set up for us. We need to leave now, sir.
Just a real quick insight check on my guy here to make sure I'm not being super betrayed.
Alright.
I crit it. I did it. Good. 24.
In this case, he's normally very stalwart. He's sounds a bit nervous in the not he's going to betray you way of the we actually need to get you out of here now. And he's nervous there might not be enough time.
Very well, then execute Operation Book It the Fuck Stealthily.
Yeah. And as you exit the as you exit Kuate's my mind just went blank on the housing term.
Mance?
I mean, kinda. That's probably the best equivalent you're gonna get. of large elaborate stone structure set up to be nice and fancy. Basically a mansion out of stone. But leaving from there, you're met with the setting sun on the horizon, and through the jungle line, you can see the ocean. And now it's a case of you got a few miles of running to do, navigating.
His urgency is spurring me onward, but I am curious if there's any signs of anything happening back there.
Well, you don't have it immediately. You don't hear anything. The door would have been closed behind you by one of the servants there. So unfortunately, that will have to be a mystery for now. But leading you down a set of stairs, and immediately pulling out a map and a bag of supplies. So keep these with you, please. I know I normally carry everything, but it is important in case I have to leave. But I have to leave you behind. No, you have to leave me behind, I should say.
Eyes will just kind of, I guess, slightly slit in curiosity, but then look over the bag.
It's pretty much your standard adventuring gear kit, but also has
It's the
enough
starting
supply.
equipment and rations.
Yeah. As he's saying that, you just see a dart just thunk into his shoulder. Run, sir. I'll stay as long as I can. If I have to fall behind, I'll try to just be distraction or decoy. As he puts a hand to your back and starts just kind of pushing you to run.
Okay.
As a cup. Actually, does a 13 hit you?
Not at this point. If I have any amount of, no, I'm fine.
You would have been.
Miss.
You would. I'll say you would have been party dressed.
That miss.
All right. As you see a dart. Well, I say see, but it's more you feel the air of a dart just go by you and thunk into a tree.
Can I determine where it came from with a very quick glance, or is that just not enough time?
So you have you see an invisibility. You can see out of the corner of your eye invisibility spell breaking of a figure off in the shadows, just off in some bushes that look like they were laying in wait.
Okay, I'm just gonna burn that face into my mind and go.
All right. Fuck that one guy.
Fuck that one guy.
All right. Yep. All right. Are you going to try and stealth this, or are you just going to book it?
Book for speed until there's a chance to actually turn it into stealth, and then move quickly, so I don't get ambushed at the escape point.
At the moment, I'll say at the moment you have pretty much either you have the actual city pathways of paved stone going into dirt roads, or jungle.
I don't think that there's anything in the jungle for me to be particularly worried about if I can shake off the pursuers and the immediacy.
Yeah. I mean, there's snakes, but
I have unlimited animal friendship with Snake.
with snake.
Please, let them come. I will forward my own army.
All right. Give me an athletics or acrobatics.
One of those is much better than the other. And it's not athletics. 14.
14. As as you kind of say, it's it's getting dark out. Going into the actual woods itself, it's gonna be dark. It's going to be dark, but you manage to bob and weave pretty well, nimbly getting through the jungle that's not super dense here, as it is often used for travel. As if you actually went, say, going further inland, it'd be a lot more dense. But considering your location, it's kind of cut apart, as a lot of places used for both training and has also just been the wildlife curated down for safety of the residents. But you spend a few minutes huffing it through there at a decent rate, while you have. Sorry, I keep coughing. Sorry, I keep having to clear my throat so much. Congestion was bad tonight.
It happens.
Sometimes you guys gotta take a second to breathe. Get a sip of water. Okay. But, Ayote behind you, normally any activity doesn't really physically exhaust him, but whatever thunked him good, seemed to have some kind of poison to get past the normal Yanti resistances there. As
They're serving
you can
class.
hear
They're a
him.
weaker blood, obviously.
Yeah, but whatever was in there, you can hear him huffing and puffing behind you. You are in an area where you could attempt to sneak if you wanted to here, being in dark woods.
Then I do.
All right, give me a sneak check.
18 total.
18.
Camaxtle seems thoroughly not cursed at the moment.
The what seems what?
Camaxtle seems thoroughly not cursed at the moment.
Well, your butler still has butler powers for sneaking and moving around. As you know, you played Baldur's Gate. You held down on the D-pad. He just started sneaking with you. Oh, you haven't? I thought you had.
I own it. I haven't played it.
Ah.
It's one of those... One, people were trying to do multiplayer games of it, and two, it kept fucking updating. So...
Well, hey, next year it should be co-op.
Thought it was currently.
Oh, sorry, I'm crossplay.
Ah.
Crossplay co-op. Yeah. But that's another thing for another time. Maybe content for your other channel. That's a cue for you to plug your other channel.
It's in the description.
Yeah, but if you say it, people might go check it.
Meh.
Even if it annoys other people.
I mean, Thaddeus is just there too.
Yeah.
Mine doesn't exist. So, check out Arik Bots for YouTube, where he plays all sorts of wacky games, like Pigman and Pigman.
The worst advertiser ever.
Absolutely, I can't remember any other game that you've played at this moment. Amori, that's the game I was thinking of.
Pikmin 2.
And Pikmin 3, which he hasn't gotten to yet. He did play Spyro.
I'm tempted to find a segue to advertising you every episode, by the way, Arik.
Frowns.
This is this episode's poor advertisement. Thank you very much for listening.
Free advertising is free advertising. But back to running through the woods, or in this case, no longer running, sneaking, as you come to a bit more. You come to a bit more of a crawl, and start to resituate yourself. Get yourself a bit more navigated. You don't really have the stars to go by at the point in the forest. However, you've been out here plenty of times. You know you're heading north. Give me, give me another perception check, and also I need your passive for later.
12 and 3. Put my dice away.
Get a different dice. Time for another dice.
No.
I could have. I was just looking through. I could have swore I wrote down. Did I write down their passives? Not. I mean, I'm a big enough idiot to have not written down the other two passives, not on the sheet that has their information and stuff going on.
These are questions I cannot know.
I'm gonna find their initiative sheet from last time, and it's gonna be on there.
Thaddeus, you put that on Twitch. Links are in the descriptions on Twitch. They're up at the top. By the fucking name. If you're gonna do it right. Sending people the wrong direction.
Go back to the stream that you're already watching.
Unless it's in the About section, then that's like a weird tab away if you're on mobile. It might be down if you're on desktop, but who watches videos on desktop?
I don't watch anything on Twitch.
But you could be watching Arik Botford.
Currently are on the Tabletalkers Twitch channel. No, this is my channel. Never mind. Because the Tabletalkers Twitch channel is inactive because it exists in case I die. At which point in time, I'm guessing Thaddeus has to run it.
I do have access to it, but you'll eventually transition over to it.
Why? Why would I ever do that?
Alright. What? A roll of 3. Well, you have a moment of stopping to re-navigate yourself some. And the thing you notice the most
Is that I'm
is,
lost.
well, it's not that you're necessarily lost. You still know which way is north. But, your partner there, your manservant, your butler, your Alfred, Leote, it's kind of a bit distracted on him as got a bit of a froth starting to form at the lips.
Can I assume I'm not hidden from him?
No, he's been tagged along right behind you. He has been there to jump in front of darts if he needs to, or attempt to. Master, I'm afraid you should be leaving me here at this point. I will only slow you down. There is someone across the seas. If you head north, into
That's
they're
in
not
character
coughing.
Hush.
They're not coughing. I'm coughing. Yeah. Into the lands of Yulia. One of our kind that immigrated long ago. They know her there as Granny Sesh. She should be able to help you get a foot at least. Start something new over there.
You've done well to get me this far, and you will not be forgotten.
I just ask that, if possible, you come back someday and become the rightful king.
Pat pat in a there's the right attitude type of way.
As with your what you can see in the dark vision there, you can kind of see that their eyes are starting to glaze over and say they've become very, very bloodshot. You could picture that if you could see in color right now, they'd be very yellowed and red.
What's unusual about that?
You know, more of the sick, why are your eyes bleeding kind. And he'll stop and say kind of undo his leather belt and hold it out to you, the belt with his sword scabbard.
Sure.
It's not much, but should you come across anything non-mundane, you should be able to protect yourself.
Starts to examine it, decides better of it, gives them a nod. And then turns to go.
And continuing back forward, you come across, as you start to come out of the tree line at the beach, you can see one man with a torch lit that has, ran up and a couple 100 feet away to a group of people that are now starting, looks like they're about to start spreading out and searching. As they have all lit torches now. On the other hand, you can see a boat on the shore about 400 feet away. In terms of stealth, once you break cover out of the woods here, say out of the tree line, you're going downhill, and then from there, you got flat sand going off into the waves.
Mental calculation of if just bucket can reach boat in time or not, and is boat able to go fast enough to not get shot a billion times.
The boat, it looks like a case of it was gotten there in a hurry. They'll be able to shoot arrows and range projectiles at you, but it's a case of if you hop in, it's got a sail. It looks like it has oars. You should be able to lay down and start rowing for your life.
Utilize the darkness to hide.
But once you break cover, that'll be pretty much it on the stealth.
Well, I don't think I can move stealthily and beat them down there, because once they hit the boat, just wandering around, they're gonna station people at the boat. So...
Yeah, but calculating, triangulating. If you just book it, you'll definitely be able to get to the boat first.
Just gonna mentally pray that it's not stuck in the sand too much. And then it's time to go.
All right. Give me an athletics check.
17 total.
Right, 17 total. Okay. Well, Your manservant, who was kind of the only person aside from you that ever really had your back, just died back there. You can assume that everyone there, everyone behind you now, is going to attempt to kill you if they ever see you again. And there's a search party over there. You got a bit of blood flowing through your veins. Your heart's pumping a little bit. The adrenaline's kicking in. You take a moment to study yourself, and you get a nice momentum boost starting down as you just start running. As you have a decent slope downhill that you get to pick up speed just going on, just kicking across, sand kicking up from behind your feet, as you have the sun setting in the west off to the side, the moon starting to rise. At this point, the sunset's just about gone. You have a sliver on the horizon. Moon coming up nicely in the sky. Off in the distance, northern horizon. Wall of clouds. As you make it to the boat, give me one other athletics check, as they have, seen the person running across the beach and immediately gone to check it out, yelling for you to halt.
2.
Yelling for you to halt and identify yourself. You get to the boat, and you immediately go to push, and oh crap, this is heavy. As you push and you kick, you kind of just dig your feet into the sand. All right. One more athletics check.
Sure. Why not? 13.
I'll say, all right, 13, as Arik, if we go to initiative on this, are you just going to, every attempt going to be push, get away?
I really don't have any other options here. As
All right,
described, I don't
really?
have my stuff proper, and even if I did, I don't have a fireball level make them all go away.
Fair enough. No, that's an 8. As you sit there and you push, and you start to push, and there it goes. It broke free from the sand as an arrow just thunk to the inside of the boat. You start to kiss forward. It's in the water now. You can hop into the boat.
Push, jump, row.
Yeah, no, you give me. Let's see what the speed.
My worst stat. Go ahead, do it again.
A wisdom check.
Wisdom check.
Yeah.
Much better. 21.
All right. They were brief. They were brief, as most of your bloodline aren't taken out on fishing vessels or smaller boats, or trained how to actually use them. That's what the help is there for.
Looks at my survival, my animal handling, and my perception scores. Yes, you are correct.
However, you do vaguely remember watching the help do these things as you let loose the sail, and you just kind of grab the oars and lay down a bit back and just start going with all your might that you can. As one arrow, with half cover, does a 15 hit.
Half cover equates to how much AC bonus?
+2.
Then I narrowly dodge.
As you're sitting there going through, and just thunk, an arrow hits next to an arrow hits part of the mast, right next to having gone by your head. As you sit there and just keep paddling out, laying low. One last arrow. Thunk. Actually, not even a thunk. That's a splash. That's way off. Into the water. They overcompensated. Shot too high that time. As you're starting to sail away into the dark, you hear the sound of a screamer arrow launched into the sky, just whistling. You can see you can see lights across the beach in various different places, and a few minutes later, you are out of sight, but assumedly not out of reach, out of chase.
I have thus far been protected from their heresy. I am not going to surrender that. Time to fucking go.
Something in the boat that, once you have a moment to breathe, kind of a pain in the ass, quite literally. It's what you sat on, and being able to actually, go over your bag, go over everything in there more, look at the supplies that you have.
Oh, God.
You have a little, we'll say, small, like palm-sized wooden carving of a codal, pretty much doing the Ouroboros, sitting there and wrapped around, biting its own tail. With the middle bit hollowed out, say the actual between the snake part of the codal on the inside hollowed out to where a lanyard can go through it.
Well, if it's just absent-mindedly, or whatever, then...
Codals are... Give me a history check, actually, on that one.
Sure. Excellent. 16.
16. Codals are... They used to be sent as messengers in old times, from various different higher powers, and were often revered and treated with respect. They weren't gods themselves, but they were messengers and could also offer services when needed if called upon. Usually, they used to have multiple small shrines built around places of rest for them if they wished to stay in the mortal realms instead of ascend back to the heavens. However, that is long gone from your society, as, well, the gods that they served under were not the gods that your people chose to be their source of power, and most of them that were in your realm were slain and made into magical items, potions, or used in attempt for ascension rituals and necromancy. Most information on them is not available to the public in any way, and really only the higher-ups in the noble chain would have access to any information upon them, and it's more of a scoffing at them for being weak and dying out.
Okie dokie.
Yes. So, make of that what you will.
Just kind of
But-
absent-mindedly tie it along to some piece of something. Unless I find anything else weird.
That and a couple more thrown together supplies in the boat.
Okay.
Various foodstuffs and practical things. As said earlier, storm clouds looked like they were brewing upon the northern horizon of which you set sail to. And getting closer to a couple hours out from home, the sky is now fully darkening as those clouds are taking over the moonlight, leaving you adrift with the waves of the ocean in near pitch black. With the light of the moon and the stars gone, your world is suddenly very small with just your dark vision and a small boat starting to rock heavily in the wind as the seas start to turn rough.
Hunker down and hope that whatever guiding thing, totem thing I just picked up is saying something.
At the moment, it looks like a chunk of wood.
No, not as in saying something, but as in saying something.
Oh.
It does not need to speak to me.
Yeah. As you hunker down, within a couple minutes, the rain starts upon you. At first, small little beads, but before long, thick, heavy droplets that sit there and say, batter you, the boat, and take what little vision you had away to where the only thing you can see are the flashes in the night as lightning and thunder roll across the sky. The little boat sits there and starts to go up and down with the rough seas as you sit there and feel it go up and up and up and back down, say crashing through some waves that crash over it, just splashing you, filling the boat. And at one moment, you have a sinking feeling in your stomach as you start to go way up. Way up to the point that you start to almost get vertical as you start to slide.
Brace and grab onto something.
Bracing and grabbing onto the mast. You sit there and you hit the lip of what you can only make out as an enormous wave as you start to crash down along the other side of it. A brief few moments later, upon crashing down from that wave, the boat itself, along with an annoying amount of those supplies, is capsized as a wave simply takes everything that you can feel and just washes it away under. The seas colder than you're used to. As normally warm water, tropical, nice and relaxing. This is like ice to you.
That says to me that I may not be long for consciousness. If I can manage to make it to anything that's floating, try to tie myself off with the sword belt, which I'm assuming is way too big for me. And hope, I guess.
As you sit there and have a moment of, say, holding on to your breath for as long as you can, say, hanging on to the mast, as the boat pops back up, you're able to take a desperate gasp of breath and sit there and quickly throw some rope around and try to tie it off. Are you tying yourself to it? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, I thought it was more broken than it is. But basically, yeah, so long as it's upright.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say if you're trying to say the boat is holding for now, it just flipped. Yeah, so you'll be able to tie it to the mast. Say, breathing desperately as you come back up, getting what air you can in mixed with the rain. Trying to not get as much salt water in your mouth as possible. Tying it to yourself and anchoring in and just, say, holding on. Wrapping the supply bag around yourself, hoping whatever can stay in there. The last thing you hear before being crashed once again by another enormous wave is just one last boom of thunder with a flash in the sky that reverberates through your chest. As you're at the peak, you're at the crest of one more wave, able to see just an absolutely massive bolt strike across the sky before descending back to the black ocean below. You're once again submerged and just... It feels like ice crawling through your veins and your skin, your nose, your hair. Everything is just cold and heavy. Starts to go numb. Pleasantly so, at least, of the pain of your chest feeling like it's about to explode from holding it in goes away. As you're met with something much lighter. Almost like you're floating. And darkness seeps away, comparable to someone opening the curtains to a dark room. Opening your eyes, you are met with a almost opal-like haze in every direction that you can see, of like the sky itself having that sort of pearlescent shimmer to it. As you're currently on a solid cloud.
Do I feel dead?
You don't know. You've never been dead before to know what it feels like. As your first thoughts get to form for this experience, though, you're met with a voice coming out from below the clouds. Oh, thank goodness I was able to get you in time there. So, how you doing, kid?
What?
A about 3-foot-long Kotal with a wingspan going about the same size in each different way, with a myriad of colors going from purples to pinks to oranges, reds, and yellows, as they feathers across their body. A few feet away from you, coils up. Yeah, I got you just in the nick of time there, kid. How's it doing?
Blinking a bit just to try to understand.
Oh yeah, I get you. No, you think you're dead. No, you're not dead. I just did a little intervention thing and managed to get you just in time. You almost drowned there.
And I suppose I owe you my thanks.
Don't mention it. Names, it's a papalotl.
It's a papalotl.
Correct. You can call me It's or Papa or Lotto, any combination of the three as long as it's coherent. That's not the point. What's your name, kid?
Camaxtle.
Camaxtle, nice to meet you. Okay, so I understand you might be going through a bit of shock, per se. Things might be a bit different here. But I'm here to help. In more than one way. Alright, so I've been watching over your people and your kind for a long while there. Not just me, but some higher power ups there. Unfortunately, there's a whole thing where higher powers aren't really supposed to intervene, so they got to send other people to do it for them, or get people from the mortal realms to do it. You get where I'm coming from?
No, but I understood every word you said.
All right, good enough. So, anyways, we got the plan going up in the higher realms, and by we, I mean I can't say names right now because that'd be a weird form of intervention that you're not technically supposed to know. There's a lot of weird contrivances, but anyways, point is, you might get to do some good things in the world, or bad, it's up to you. That's the great thing about being immortal. You get free will most of the time, unless you're a slave, but that's another story. You've got a lot of free will in that you get to go start a new life, and I get to be here to assist you with some things. Not too many things, but I get to grant you a little bit of magic power there. And it touches its tail to your chest. Like, very quickly, it just slithers out, touches you, and then backs away. There you go. You got some magic now. A courtesy gift from me to you. As you feel what you could describe as a warm, relaxing, magical energy flow through you, sits there and patches up, any sorenesses, any injuries. It's reminiscent of the healing magic you've encountered before, except it's much more relaxing. You're almost used to a surgical feeling for any kind of healing magic. This actually felt comfortable.
Snake Man continues to be stunned and confused.
Yeah, I also patched up, you were a bit battered up from the storm there, so I fixed your bruises. You're welcome.
Thanks.
Alright, so there's a lot of stuff you're gonna have to go out and do in the world, kid. So, the big jerk there that was talking at your little family reunion, or whatever you want to call that there. So, yeah, the big jerk that was talking there. Yeah, so that thing that he was saying about the darkness, that's actually about to happen. And, I might be able to help you, or guide you somewhat to either stop that, or if you do wish to rule over or be in a world of darkness. I can't stop you, but I would suggest that it's not the best of ideas. So, it's your call on doing that. Like I said, free will. But, the great serpents up above are getting ready to begin a new cycle. And the way the world's going now is going to determine who's ruling that cycle.
Okay.
Is that it? There's no questions, nothing else. Or do you need a minute?
You've already gone over that you cannot be giving names for it, so the only thing I can hope is that the ones that win are the ones on my side, which it seems like I could have a part in ensuring. Up to speed, more or less?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. That's the thing there. You got special blood, kid. There's greatness in your blood. You have a mark that I'm pretty sure you've been told your whole life. You're gonna do great things. So, in the briefest of history, for literally tens of thousands of years, longer than that, but different things here and there. Essentially, the great serpent gods above used to all be one great serpent before they broke up into littler serpents, because different people worship in different things. beliefs shape reality sometimes, if you know what I mean. That's kind of how magic works. You got to put your belief in it, and then it actually does the thing with the magic. So, one big snake used to now be now smaller snakes. And them smaller snake deities now pretty much placing their bets on who gets to win. And gets to be the head snake.
I think at this point in time, the eyes have just kind of dilated to circular.
So, it is up to you mortals who gets to pick whichever snake is in charge. And, personally, I prefer it not be the one that wants to ensure the reign of darkness, because I don't know about you, but darkness is not warm on my scales. I prefer warmth on my scales. The darkness is not warm normally.
Okay.
What's the matter? What's the matter? Snake got the kid tongue, you're allowed to talk.
I don't know what I would add.
Alright. So, I may pop up from, here and there to try to help you from time to time if I can. I'm limited in what I'm allowed to do, as I said. So, but a bit of fortune telling, looking into the crystal ball, future magic. Anyways, yeah, you're gonna wake up on the shore. You're welcome for that too, instead of being a body floating in the ocean. Yeah, you're gonna have to talk with some people around. Figure out a way to get up to this place called Coral. Some big shots are gonna make an announcement in the sky. I know it sounds crazy. Yeah, I mean, you're here with me now, and I can already tell you got that look that you think you're dead, and this is just all a hallucination. But I promise you, it's not. But you gotta wake up. Gonna go find an old Yuan-Ti lady. Magic man gonna talk over the intercom in the sky. Oh wait, you don't know what an intercom is. Nah, you guys probably won't even find that one out. That's gonna be a while. Anyways, forget I said that. Magic voice is gonna come from the sky. Go to where they're saying people will be migrating there. You'll be able to go there with the other people migrating. You should be able to travel just fine. But all I can say is good luck. Don't die. I may be able to stop in and out sometimes to help you. Situation dictates. But no, seriously, anything for me before I go?
I don't think I have the correct formulations at this time. Maybe later.
All right. Well, say my name before you sleep. I might be able to visit you in a dream. Never forget, names have powers for things. Big magical thing I'm sure you're aware of already, but it's a papalato. And when he says that, you just snap awake in the early morning light on a beach, still tied to the mast of that boat, with only the mast being on the shore.
Said about getting that undone. Slowly sit up. Okay.
You would have been able to the short sword there that you were given could have attuned to you in your sleep at this point, essentially.
Okay.
It is. Don't you close on me, Paige. Don't you sit there and freeze up. But It is a short sword of warning. If once per once per short rest, while it's attuned, you can make when you make a saving throw. If you fail, you can add a D4 to try and pass.
So the thing that my other ability gives me, excellent. I can stack
If you I was gonna say, well, this sword works on the psionic rules, the stuff they didn't balance the best, but except not escalating, brain function. If you, yeah, we'll go to the bathroom after I explain this. Brain function. If you fail the saving throw, even after you roll that D4, it is not used up. Yeah, so if you need a 15 to pass and you roll a 10, and your total doesn't you can't meet the DC at that point, even if you get the maximum 4. Yeah, it's not used up.
1 per long rest, right?
Short rest.
Short rest.
It's considered magical, but it does not have a +1 or anything to it.
You fail a save specifically?
Yes, saving throw.
May roll D4 to fix. Okay.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom and hawk my lungs up for a moment.
Fair
I'll be
enough.
back.
Pop this on the screen. Move that a bit on the screen. And then pause the recording. What button? Text go away. Resuming.
All right, and we're back from that short little coughing break. Not the Pokemon kind. I didn't self-destruct yet.
So there may
My
or may
lungs are
not have
still
been
holding.
sludge.
Toxic. And not the Britney Spears song either. But, digressing back to what we're actually supposed to be doing here, Dungeons and Dragons. Waking up upon the shore, having to question if that was hallucination or not, from nearly drowning, maybe a life or death experience. It's the crack of dawn. You've undone yourself there. What supplies you had are thoroughly soaked.
What's the
in
environment to know how much I hate it?
Where you're at now, you have a white sandy beach with limestone cliffs. They're not super high, right? You have higher peaks off in the distance, but where you're at here, they go about 20-30 feet up for the most part, with a decent sized beach here at the bottom, and various different ways to get up and down. You have a few places where ladders have been chiseled out of the stone and rope ladders down. You have wooden platforms. One area that's been excavated out to just be a gradual slope up. And you got one person that you can see can't quite tell what race they are from here, but sitting not sitting, but standing, leaning up against the railing of a wooden platform up there on top of the cliffside, with what you could probably assume is a bottle of alcohol. It looks like that's what it is from here, at least. And sipping and just kind of looking down at you across the distance. Yeah?
I dropped the rock I keep on my desk.
I see.
It normally stops me from fidgeting with things that make noises, except when I drop the rock. which happens more commonly than it should.
If the fidget is too powerful sometimes. But they give you a wave.
Wave back. Hope that they say something. They don't say anything.
Give it a second. Hey,
What language is that?
you alive down there? I couldn't get down the stairs to come check if you were okay or not. Am I hallucinating? I
What
see
language
3
is
of you.
that?
Common.
Okay, so do not fire off in Abyssal, as we are wont to do. Seem okay
Yeah.
for the most part. Stairs lead up there.
Some of them, yeah. You want a drink? Tell your story?
I have had a rough night, as it were.
Yeah, man, looks like you lost your boat. You don't see the rest of the boat anywhere on the shore.
Just kind of take what I have and then start trudging.
Wet sopping of shoes in the sand. You just sit there and take a minute to get up there. There's a few bottles by this guy's feet who's standing pretty average height, pretty average male height, like around 5'8" is how tall are you actually? I forget on that one.
It hasn't been said. They're probably at or right around average height for the UNT there, given that one guy was like 6'8". I don't know what that would be.
That guy, he stole those dominant genes.
That would make them recessive.
That'd make them liquid.
And that'd be solid.
Anyway, those are snakes for a different tale. But I think Yuan-Ti are the same height as humans on average. In which case that'd make you around the same height as this guy. But he's got that kind of crispy sunburn going on. Sitting there just bare shirt in the early morning light, few bottles at his feet already. Offers to pass you the bottle he's on.
Take it a bit hesitantly, give it a sniff.
Smells like alcohol. Cheap alcohol, but still alcohol.
Best to take things that are offered when you're looking for positive gain, so share.
You take a swig. It don't taste the best, but yeah, there's alcohol in there. It'll serve its purpose.
Try not to grimace, hand it back.
It's you can tell it's some kind of grape wine. Other than that, it's not of your palate.
Try not to grimace, hand it back.
So, you want to talk about what happened?
Is there perhaps somewhere that I could warm off in exchange for said story?
Tavern's closed at this hour, or not usually up at. Yeah, hang on, I know someone. Let me just, and they turn around, and the moment they stop, like, leaning on the railing, they kind of stumble a little, and step on one of the bottles and kind of almost got me
Reflexively
there,
try to
bottle.
stop them from going over the cliff edge.
No, they were falling the other way.
Okay. In that case, they
Like,
can
yeah.
faceplant.
Yeah, like they turn around and step on one of the bottle, but they kind of like catch themselves. Not this time, bottle. Done that too many times before, just between you and me. All right, let's go. How are you dealing with grumpy old people?
It depends on the nature of the grump.
They like to be left alone, and we're gonna go bother them.
Can I take it that most of the blame will be shifted to you?
Probably.
And I suppose I have nothing to lose.
Also, if you just came from a shipwreck, she might have something for you there.
That too.
And you have the kind of painfully slow journey as this fucked up guy kind of staggers you across and has to stop every now and then to readjust every couple 100 feet to readjust himself. They kind of stop and feel the wind for a moment as actually getting up here on top of this, you have what looks like this guy's house, maybe? Unless he's just drinking out here in front of someone else's house. Could be possible. But you have a pretty wide open grass plain that you can see bits of different farm crop in various patches. And a few cows, pigs, and chickens, just common livestock about. If fenced in. And at various different peaks and areas along this plain, you have bits of limestone kicking up. Houses set across, not evenly, just spattered about here and there, is what appears to be a beachside fishing community. They have what looks to be some kind of, some mechanical contraption set up to be able to get boats from up here to down there, even without having to take the area where it had been carved out to be more of just a slide. But for for where there's some sheer spaces in the cliffs, they have pulleys and levers to sit there and just lower them down if need be. Which could also be used for just hauling up other supplies, things from the shore. Most things here, the wood is painted with you could probably best describe it as ugly pastels of various different colors that do not match, but they keep the salt water off the wood some.
Following along.
Yeah. As he staggers about through the area, you're you get a couple waves from people here and there. They're tending to their crops in the early morning.
Mentally
you start-
noting that they're not recoiling at the sight of a Yuan-Ti. Or paying respects.
It's the kind of like, you're with that guy. I was like, oh well, they're not doing harm now. Also, the drunk guy is eager to wave at anyone. Also, it seems. And you get a bit more off. Let's say, a few more minutes of walking, staggering. you come across a a bit of a cut-out section in the stone that starts to go a bit just underground. All right. Yes, try and be respectful of the old lady. She's got alchemical potions there. She's got the good stuff to heal people up good, or if you need anything done, numb you up nice. And she makes good booze. Or cheap booze. Whatever you can afford, she's probably got it.
Walking along, has anything made itself apparent that I have ouchies?
No, honestly, you feel better than you have in a long time.
Okay.
You would have expected to have been, sore from the run and the battering of the waves, but you woke up a bit chilly. As the sun's come up, though, your clothes have started to dry. The warmth that you do is that you do have the warm sun coming up. However, the air here is generally colder than you're used to. But aside from that, physically, you're probably feel the best you ever have physically. And he sits there, so as he takes you around the hall, and kind of fumbles along. There's a sign. Let's say once you actually get to the right side where the stairs are. It says Sesh property, please knock. In Draconic there. And common.
I'm following this guy, so.
And go down the steps a bit, you have a wooden door placed in the stone. And he just gives it 3 loud bangs. And takes a minute. She is not the fastest at moving. You gotta give her sometimes. I gave another minute before I knock again. As you stand there for a moment. He goes to knock again as the door opens. And just kind of just stops. Ah. Okay, hey Granny. I found this guy washed up on the shore.
I give a wave of acknowledgement.
As an older Yuan-Ti woman there, with her eyes showing signs of cataracts, stopping and kind of squinting at you for a moment. Ah, yes, come in. You know, it's rude to wake me up so early in the morning. I know, I'm sorry, but you just gotta see if he needs anything. He was tied to the mast of his boat.
I have had a
Alright,
rough night.
I will take him from here if you wish to just go back home and sleep or do whatever it is you do. Alright, I'll bring you some coin later for some more drinks. Just closes the door on his face. Alright. Come in, young one. Tell me your story. I am known here as Granny Sash. And she'll gesture for you to follow her. You have a kind of quaint little cozy cavernous home here of just several pods carved out, with each of them sort of being their own little different area. You can see like a pantry where things are drying, and say food storage. You have look like some fermenting barrels, living space, as she takes you in to what you could equate to as the dining room, and pulls out a chair for you and sits at a table.
Would you have me start at the circumstances that brought me here? Or simply the incident that I may need looked over for?
What you share is up to you. I understand if you're reluctant to give out any information.
Yeah, given what it is, it may prove pertinent sooner rather than later.
I will tell you this before you say anything. I have no love or loyalty for the homeland. I was cast aside many years ago, and it is a quiet banishment I live here. Amongst these sometimes tolerable people.
Then all the more reason that you may wish to know. And he'll start going on and giving the basics of it. Probably make the antagonistic individual just a little bit more monstrous than they already are.
Alright. As you're going over, doing the story, she puts a pot of tea on. As you're going through, and takes a few minutes to boil and steep. You can get through pretty much most of what you have to say in the time. And she'll pour each of you a glass there. Small wooden cup. That is quite an interesting short life you've had there. Almost taken. Are you going to tell her about the Codal experience?
Whenever it gets to it, that point
Okay.
in the story.
Probably
But that
while
part's
she-
more hesitantly.
Yeah, probably that's probably after she sat there and poured the tea and sat back down. Would you like any sugar?
Arik, who is not a tea drinker, doesn't know if you're supposed to add that after. You know what it tastes like already, or before.
Usually people know how much they like in it.
Yeah, but like,
That being said,
don't
not
know
really
what type of
drinkers
tea
on the
this
island.
is.
Also, not really tea drinkers over there as much.
Give it a sip and then answer accordingly.
It's hot and it's bitter.
But like, does it taste like it's supposed to be bitter?
It tastes like it's supposed to be bitter. It tastes like medicine.
Then we will go with what we have.
As you tell her about the Codal, when you get to the Codal part in the story, she'll put her drink down and get extra attentive.
And if they're getting extra attentive, then I will bring out the little icon that I got in the boat.
May I see that for a moment?
Hand it over.
As she grabs it and holds it close to her face, going over inspecting what she can. Before holding it back out for you.
Take it back.
Well, young Camaxtle, you may have found yourself tied up in a rather interesting fate.
As seems to be the case.
Do you plan on following it?
I do not believe it is possible to not in this instance. Other than inactivity, but even that.
Inactivity in these sort of things they come to you.
Mm-hmm.
It is very sudden, but many of our kind have quick minds. Have you any plan of action in the long term that you think of?
I was given basic directions in the short term, but in the long one it would be likely heading back and fixing what has gone wrong.
In this case, what is your definition of wrong?
Seems to be adherence to the things that cause this coming darkness that the spirit so boisterously spoke against.
Yes. Things are a bit different across many of the lands here, as you will come to see. In some places, their deities are very black and white on moral grounds. What they call good and evil is, you may find, hard to adjust to. There are other places where they are much more case by case negotiable. If you see anyone here with what you could identify as religious iconography of any kind, do be careful not to upset them depending on what area you are in. As you may start fights that you might not be able to win, or may get an entire town or city with pitchforks and torches after you.
Well, unless they are offended by my very being, I will likely be okay. I have grown accustomed to speaking in areas where venom is aplenty.
You should be fine then, as long as you keep a level head and assess the situation of what actions you can take. And she's going to sit there and rub on her knees for a moment. Would you have, say, say, may I see if you have a mark?
Whenever we rolled for that, I think it was what? Upper left chest?
Yeah, you rolled completely random, and it was somewhere up in there.
So, there.
Yeah. She'll say, rub her hands over the scales, feeling the more scar-like tissue there, the skin and scales. I too bear one, but I am long past my prime. have grown accustomed to a life of peace and merely enjoying the quiet of this small village and the sea life.
And I suppose, as we mentioned earlier, this is fate coming to meet you.
Correct. I have something for you of my youth that would be much better passed on for you. I do not see myself much longer in this world. And she'll get up and go over to a wall and sit there and make a few arcane gestures and mutter a few words as you see a purple flash appear on the wall as it's hard to tell if it's either an illusion breaking or the wall, a little actual slot of the wall being magicked away. Either way, she pulls out a old metal box, which is started to rust some, and sets it out on the table. And pops the latches on it and opens it up. This may be weird to wield at first, but it should come as some service to you. As you have a thin chained whip, which appears to be made out of some silvery metal, with each link in the chain having small fang-like barbs off the side of it. And the very head of it having a small metal chunk about the size of a golf ball, shaped in the head of a snake. The handle itself being more like that of a dueling sword, a very nice looking leather grip, I say leather handle, with a basket hilt for protecting your hand. Go on, it's better off with one of my own kind. That fate seems to have picked out for something than ending up with any of the fishermen here. Or just locked in a wall forever.
Pick it up and see if it's particularly weird in any way. Other than, its basic construction.
First of all, the grip feels very comfortable, very natural, almost like your hand kind of sinks into it. And like the basket adjusts to your hand almost. The thin metal is definitely different for a whip, but it doesn't feel too awkward swinging it around.
There's just enough room in the house to swing a whip around.
More like
Yeah.
like actually holding it doesn't feel awkward.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're gonna have to go outside. You're gonna have to go outside the cave home.
Yeah, this feels like an outside toy.
Yeah. Yeah. Go outside in the now more like say now sun's actually fully up. Well, it's not noon or anything, but fully out.
Not freezing to death. Hooray!
Yeah. You get to get to crack the whip out a few times, the metal glinting in the sunlight. Yeah. Yeah, this feels good. Eh, I have one other thing I can give you. And it's one of those, like, super thick wool coats.
My snake I see and understand.
We get plenty of wool here from the sheep.
Little did I expect we'd be rocking the Leon Kennedy. Look.
Oh no, I'm talking about like the unfashionable wool coat. Like, it's just super thick, super puffy, but it's there, you will be warm. As long as you have heat when you put it on, you'll get some warm.
Very well. I suppose I should set about seeing to get to this destination I was told to go to.
Yes, there is. There is what she claims to be a good witch a few miles north from here, named Rose Gold. She is a elven woman, a bit plumper, hard to miss. Why did I fucking go to the Russian? Love it. She is a bit plumper, hard to miss. You will see the flower fields. Everything there is bright and sunny and colorful. Can't miss it. If you can convince her, do not know if you'll have enough payment if she charges you. You may be able to convince her. She is a heavy reader of romance novels and heroic stories, so if you are able to convince her of your greater fate or destiny or something like that, yeah, she may take you.
I see.
Or she may have you fill out a debt for later. Be careful, there are connections with a fey creature. Which, well, give me a history or religion check there.
2 on the die, so we're starting off strong. For a total of 6 in history.
Those don't really exist back home there, as you kind of have that look of, I don't know what that is. She kind of has the look of, okay, yeah. If something tries to make a deal with you, pay very close attention to the literal details.
Very well.
Be very careful with the wording. You should be fine with the witch herself, but others in the vicinity I would not trust.
I will take your warning to heart.
I do have one request of all of this, though.
Yeah.
If you do come back some triumphant hero, man of fate, emperor, ruler of our people, or conqueror, eh, mayhaps you could give Granny Sesh here a better living arrangement and a comfortable place to grow old and finish dying.
By your own account, I suppose that would depend on how quickly we manage it. And I'll flash a small smile. But I will see what I can do.
Thank you. And she will pull out a little map of the area and point out to you where you should be going, slightly further north, to go meet Rose Gold.
Before I depart, is there anything additional on this whip that I should be made aware of?
Poisons things.
There.
If you're the more sadistic type, it leaves a bubbling, hissing noise sometimes. If it gets into their blood, good. I don't know if you enjoy that or not, but it does that.
Best to be aware of that, though, before someone accidentally gets cut by it or otherwise.
Yes. If once you, should you attune to it, it will not prick or scratch you. I'll give you the stats on that later.
Yep. Well, if there is nothing else, then I suppose I should start moving before I start to lose daylight. That's the word.
I'd say enjoy the sun down here while you can. If you're going up further north to Coral, you may want to buy even more warm clothes.
I grimace.
Maybe if you can, nab a ring of cold protection. That might work better.
Keep it in mind.
Give you a curt nod. Go back to sipping her tea.
Thank you for your hospitality, and I'll finish whatever tea I have left and make my way.
All right. So you'll begin to head north. We will go to Thaddeus.
Maggot. Wow. Whip.
Thaddeus.
If he's here. And didn't, choke on snacks in the 2 hours that it took us to get here.
God, he ate so many snacks, he burst.
You just went pop. It was awful.
Just all of the snacks.
You chose the time after I went to the bath.
And that's how you know that we don't know what's going on in your house.
Yeah. Can you hear that noise in the back?
Not at this point.
I can't.
Cool. So what does it sound like?
Silence.
I don't think silence counts as a note.
Discord noise suppressor is doing its job. For now.
Or now.
All right. Sorry, I'm typing in the whip. I can finish that later. As Thaddeus, are you ready?
No. Not fighting.
Well, my lovely combination of druid and cleric that can only be truly known as Brother Nature. Are you ready, brother?
Or a Dreric.
What'd you say, Eric?
Or a Dreric.
You're Eric. That's just you with a D
Dreric.
in front.
Now there are many more E's there.
Pronunciation-wise. But
Oh, a Cluid. Well, no, I guess he could be a Cluid.
Thaddeus,
A Cluid.
Your combination. Yes, I am ready.
would you please give your name and character description?
Right. So, my name. I am a human, first of all. Name is Dancing Light. I do not want to call him Dancing Light all the time, so I've shortened it down to Danny for ease of access for everybody. And I wanted a simple name. He is humanoid. Human. Stands at 5'6", with black hair, blue eyes. Did you want me to describe his current state of dress?
You can. I thought you were making him bigger.
No.
All right then. No, this fits with the little man syndrome thing you wanted before. Actually, now
Oh god.
5'6" is interestingly enough, it's like 5'6", 5'7" is like the average male height in the world at the moment.
Yeah, but 5'9" is the average height for Americans.
Yeah, but you're not in America. You're in a northern European type
You're right. I'm in
area.
the Northern
So it's
European type area. 5'8" is far too
So it-
short for him. Huh.
You need to
I'll add
you
2
need to
more
find,
inches, make him 5'10".
need to find the Asian continent. There, you'll be taller.
There'll actually be someone's height. You asked me to describe himself. He is wearing leather armor that noticeably has white tufts of fur between the seams, around his pecs, around his arms, around his gauntlets, and a wolf head. So it's skinned wolf pelt, essentially, sitting on his head. Am I missing anything for his description? Leather
Unless there's
boots,
anything
leather
you,
gloves, leather
unless there's
chest plate.
anything else you want to add.
Said he has black hair, raven black hair with sky blue eyes, up in a mop cut, because that's simple and easy to do. Yes it is. When you don't have access to resources, like a hairdresser.
I mean, someone could turn into a crab and cut it.
That's what I'm assuming someone did.
Someone turns into a crab, someone else picks them up, and they just snip. Do you have a beard?
I do not have a beard. He is clean shaven.
Ah, very well
Somehow.
then.
He just didn't inherit the genes to grow fish.
One of those. It's okay, Goliaths don't get beards either.
Huh. because I wasn't sure how to describe a mop cut because I don't do hair.
Fair enough.
It is that I'm sending to you so you know what it looks like.
All right. That's not what I was thinking.
I did not think it was. I am glad I sent a picture.
Yeah.
Also,
So
that's
I
a
was
picture of Dick Grayson in his Nightwing for any audio listener.
thinking more Three Stooges.
Ah, no, I see where you get that.
But
That's a bowl cut.
yeah, that's a bulk. I didn't know if you were just mixing things up a little there, but Danny, dancing light. Early morning at one point. Amongst the amongst the carrot crop. You're sitting and say, it was your turn to just go water them. So watering them in the early morning. There's a light fog in the air. Crisp sun coming through the trees, really illuminating that fog. It's like it's not not thick at all, but it's almost more just like a mist in the air. Kind of to the point of where you're just like, I mean, I didn't really need to water these today if it was going to be like this.
I might as well water them while I have cheap. That I can go goof off later.
And as you're thinking, you can go goof off later. You hear a voice boom out in the distance. Daddy!
Yeah.
Daddy, could you please come here?
How far away is this voice moving from?
It's probably a couple lots over in the patches. I say a couple lots. I mean, brain function. A couple pretty much blocks of farm area over. It was magically amplified as it rang through the trees. Your father, quotation mark, parentheses, air quotes. There we go. Village chief.
Then I definitely have to head on over to see what he needs. Let's pick my way through the carrot patches.
See, on your way over, there's just a single rabbit there. Just watches you go by as it's sitting there and munching on the leaves of one of them.
It's not hurting any, but actually, do I need to stop them?
I mean, it's just one rabbit for now.
But if you see one rabbit, then there's probably more.
You could put it in stew tonight.
I'm just going to gently pick up the rabbit. No intentions of harming them.
Animal handling check, please.
23.
This rabbit seems very comfortable around people, probably due to, a lot of your other family members around being pretty relaxed and chill. And the rabbit lets you just pick it up.
Pick up the rabbit. Pick up the rabbit. Carry on our way towards the chief.
All right, Rabbit is in. You have Rabbit. As you walk across the fields, you see. You see the chief. Tongue function. You see the chief there, John Johnson, who also goes by the name Storm Drain, but prefers John Johnson as it's easier for the common folk. And Storm Drain has, in some ways, seemed derogatory. But a tall, well-built Goliath man with various tattoos across his body. Yeah. Sitting there with a sort of bit of a meditative stance, a few birds perched on him.
Did you
Danny.
need something, Chief? Carrot to see I was busy?
Yes, well, I had a vision, I think.
A vision? You say?
Yeah. As you know, I've been on a spirit journey the last few days, and, well, after having some mushrooms, I have awoken. And aside from various other interesting things, I believe I saw Arvandil. The one who blesses us with such beautiful mornings and dawns like this.
That is quite the claim. Did he have something to say to you?
Well, not to me directly. I saw him in the stars, making gestures. And what I made out was, I think he wanted to talk with you.
I mean, specifically. No one's special.
Well, you know, you got the birthmark we found you with. And apparently that's special. Not actually just some birthmark, but yeah, no, I heard from travelers that that's actually kind of a big deal.
How could a birthmark be important?
All right.
It's just a little mark.
You want to see something painful but kind of neat?
Those are interesting words that you have just said right there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, so if we, like, burn the mark on you, or it were to be cut or damaged or any way, it would immediately come to, like, the top layer, and he's kind of just gesturing with his hands, like, one thing going up and, like, kind of stacking motions. It's got some kind of magic on it.
So it's a magic birth.
Yeah. That's pretty awesome, right? Magic birthmark.
I mean, I suppose so, but you need to cut it or burn it or set me on fire. I don't want to be set on fire.
I don't have to if you get the example. I mean, it was just kind of like be cool to see it. I mean, you know, I'm good to heal you back.
You make a good point.
Also, I mean,
Wow.
you know, we can numb you and we can give you some stuff so you won't even feel it first.
Then I won't remember it if I see. I won't remember seeing it.
Nah, no, you'll remember it. I think. You usually do.
Like, go right ahead, I suppose. I want to see something cool. I'll just shrug off.
All right.
Like, carry
Have
on.
you eaten it? Did you have breakfast already? You might throw up if you had breakfast already.
I ate several hours ago. Nothing recently.
You should be fine. All right. And he pulls out some kind of ground up plant dust. All right. Give her a snort and you'll be good to go.
Well, the chief is giving it to me, so it can't be that bad. I might as well give it a try.
Snort the dust.
Snorting the dust.
You are immediately kind of met with that you want to sneeze moment, and it burns a little. And you kind of have that like wiggle in your nose adjustment. And then the burning stops and starts to feel a little good. It's kind of start to feel a little tingle spreading across your whole body. Everything getting nice and warm and relaxed. All right. All right. Let me know. I'll give you a little pinch. You know, see if you're feeling it or not. Are you ready?
Give him the thumbs up.
He pinches your arm and you feel like the touch on you, but you don't actually feel anything. Like, you know, you don't feel pain or anything. You just feel the pressure.
So, when are you ready to pinch me?
All right. Yeah, you're good.
Because, I don't know what I'm feeling.
All right. So, check this out. And he does a little magic gesture there and creates a flame. All right. Just gonna hold this up for a couple seconds there and moves it again. Where is your mark at?
It is on his right shoulder.
All right. Yeah. Get your armor stripped out of the way there and holds it up to your shoulder for a moment. You can see like your skin like welt, crackle, and boil up and start to burn. And he holds it away.
Just sizzling with excitement.
Douses the fire as you can sit there and see just the skin sizzle and pop. And you can also clearly see that the mark sits there and at all points is always like risen to the top. Like it always exists clear and visible. Top all the burning. Alright. And he's gonna rub his hands together for a second. And then just put a hand on do a bit more magic, put a hand on you, and that flesh wound, the burning skin, heals right on up. Yeah, see, that was pretty cool, right?
How did I never see this before? Actually, every time I've been burned or stabbed or cut.
I
That's
mean,
really
hey,
cool.
better off than the guy that I saw it from. I couldn't fix him up. Yeah, that guy lost his arm, but it was on his arm, and it just kind of appeared on the nub. Like he lost it at the elbow, and he said it was at his hand, and you just on the nub.
Wait, so he also had a magic tattoo? Or
Yeah,
birthmark?
yeah. Then he got his arm cut off. The arm it was on, and it was just on the nub.
I'll prefer if you don't try to cut off my arm. See if that also
Um,
happens to me.
Nah, man, I think you're good. I don't think we need to do that.
I mean, I could operate with one hand, but maybe very uncomfortable.
Yeah, man. You know, I'm pretty good with magic. I don't have the one that can grow limbs back. That's a bit above me. Can grow some sick vegetables though. Not sick as in ill, but like really good vegetables.
I hope our vegetables aren't sick. That is really cool. Oh, why was this important?
Oh yeah,
Again?
yeah. What did I call you here for? Oh yeah,
Carrot punch?
yeah,
That's plenty
yeah.
of those.
No, yeah. Arvindil. Yeah, yeah. You'll probably just see him next time you sleep or whatever. We, you know, when he speaks, we just kind of normally offer prayers and stuff and do whatever he asks. He doesn't normally actually directly speak with us, so. You know, we just normally keep the land like we have for the last few decades.
It's really out of
So,
character for him.
yeah, you know, normally we just get the bounty of the land. I think we've been doing it right so far. Like we haven't got any complaints. We got our magic. The yeah, you know, if you upset nature, they can just get rid of your magic. By the way, that's the thing that can happen. They can just take it away. Nature spirits can, yeah.
Really don't want you messing with nature.
I mean, we mess with nature, but like
Well, not
in
messing
the
with nature, but like destroying nature. No one wants to destroy nature. Why would you ever want to destroy nature?
I mean, there's some people are assholes, man. Anyways,
They need it to live.
yeah, I guess go like take a nap or something. See if the big man in the clouds wants to talk with you. I don't really know how else he's gonna commune with you. As far as I know, like my dad, the last chief, didn't have communion, and my dad before him had it when he was little, but that was like when he founded our tribe. So, I mean, hey, you always want to one up your brother, right? Yeah. I mean, what's he gonna do to beat this? Huh?
You can always summon Arendelle. Somehow.
You know that you're right. That would be pretty impressive.
Like-
But I think you're a bit worried on that. Yeah. Yeah.
You can find the way. Who knows? So I just need to go like take a nap or something.
I guess. I just live here and sow the land, man. And teach other people how to.
Ah.
Just kind of living out here, man. That's a nice rabbit. Where'd you get that?
I found him just gnawing on some plants. Look over there.
Yeah, that's what rabbits do. Hey, little rabbit, you wanna join the birds over here? Plenty of room. The dude's there. He's gotta go take a nap. Are you releasing the rabbit?
I need to just jump out of my arms.
If you're not holding it tightly of any way.
No, I'm not.
All right. The rabbit will go and acquiesce with the other animals.
Looks like I just need to go put myself to sleep somehow. Have fun.
He'll sit there and say, John Johnson will sit there and go through his pouches of various things. Yeah, make some tea out of this and drink it. Should help you go to sleep. I mean, it helped.
Right.
It helped Clark when he got those. When he messed up with a Fae deal and had those really bad nightmares and wouldn't stop screaming. This stopped him screaming for a while, so I mean, I think it'll put you to sleep.
How is he doing?
The Fae took his tongue, so he doesn't really scream or talk much anymore. He just... A lot of times he just likes to wild morph and go off on his own for a while.
I'm not sure if he was still having nightmares or not.
I don't know. He doesn't talk about it much anymore, like I said. He stopped screaming in his sleep.
Well, that's good. But he can't really scream if he doesn't have a tongue.
I wonder if the Fae actually took his ability to scream.
Took the ability to scream and just left the nightmares.
Yeah. I mean, Fae do weird stuff like that. I mean, they could have took his voice to scream, and are now using his screaming voice at someone else and blaming him for it. But they don't know who he is or where to find him. I could see him doing that. They do some wild stuff, man. Like, be careful. Like, you know, I know I've taught you pretty well on the stuff, but like...
The Fae are the Fae. After all.
Yeah. They're smart, man. Like, you gotta pay attention. Like, they're like devils, except not as contracty and more of...
You said the wrong words. Thank you for your name.
Yeah.
Type way.
Yeah. So, yeah. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah, you gotta go take a nap, dude. Yeah, go make some tea.
Yeah. Have fun. I'm gonna go drink some tea. This is normal
As you-
tea?
Yeah, sure, man. As you've been talking, a deer has come up behind him and just sat down and leaned on his back.
I'm really communing with nature, this one. I've been given my dismissal. I'm head off to go find some place to sleep.
It's like 8 in the morning. Like,
Who's to say I haven't been up all night watching the stars? Or stargazing?
you could have.
And then remembered I was supposed to go water the carrot. Alright, I didn't go water the carrot.
It's my turn.
I'm sure someone... Yeah.
But take a minute, boil up the water. Steep the tea in there some. After you drink the tea, your vision starts to get blurry. And not just a little blurry, but like blurry is you kind of start to get foggy in the brain, and everything starts to just kind of zoom out. And after a couple moments of zooming out, you kind of realize you're looking down at yourself, wherever you decided to lay down at.
Definitely was not a normal tea.
And as you're thinking of that, your astral self is sort of just yanked up into the sky as you see all of the farmlands, all of the trees, the mountains, the rivers, the streams, and before you are yanked above the clouds, as you see them extend for miles and miles before your vision itself kind of just blurs out once again. And you find yourself in a really comfortable chair. You kind of just one of those chairs that you just kind of sink right
not
back
have
into.
to sink into.
Yeah. And you find yourself across from a gigantic figure that you are about the size of the foot. Like, height-wise, you're like going up to the ankle. In a equally big chair, leaned back. You in front of you, you have a nice little array of various fine meats, cheeses, vegetables, wines, other beverages. You're not sure what they are. As you appear to be on some castle above the sky. See, above the mountaintops is all you can see is clouds with bits of rock peeking out. As the ginormous figure that has you atop this plateau is adorned in simple robe and furs that you feel like you can't. It feels like the more you look up, the higher they go. Their height doesn't seem to fit right, almost as it morphs higher the higher you look up. They have a icy blue skin aligned with various tattoos and markings across their body, missing a one big toe. As you hear an inhale before a billowing cloud of smoke goes across the sky up in the air, and they set down a absolutely ginormous wooden pipe. Hey, what's up, man? See, you got my message to come here. Oh. Name's Arvindale.
Well, it's nice to meet you. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I got a nice cozy job here, and just kind of like enjoying watching over all my dudes down there. You guys included. But yeah, man, I got some bad news for you.
Am I getting short?
Not yet. I mean, someone might take your legs out at some point, but that's not right now. So, right now, well, not right now, but like relatively right now. Like, I'm gonna need you to head out of your quaint little village there. And I'm sorry I gotta do this to you, man, but like, you gotta go interact with the city people.
Oh,
Eh, Yeah, I know. But like, there's some stuff, like really important stuff going on up here in some of the higher realms. And like, you know, I gotta be a little proactive with this one before before any of the Aesir or Vanir start to get involved. You know, I'm on Thor's good side, and I want to stay there. There's a lot of giants that aren't, and you know they're not around anymore. So, you know, I mean,
yeah, Thor's cool.
You know Thor. Everyone knows Thor.
Everyone knows Thor and how he killed a bunch of giants.
Yeah, so like we're buddy buddy. You know, I go. You know, he doesn't mess with me. You know, sometimes we just hang out and drink if he comes by. You know, drink, smoke a few is yeah, and yeah. So like some bad things are about to happen, and like all the people with like the mark you got there are gathering up to do a thing, like try and stop what's going on. And like you got the mark, so you're gonna go be with them. But you know, while you're out there, have your adoptive dad there. You know, have him give you some stuff when you wake up here. You know, just playing across the land, like nice, easy task that you can go out and do. It's excuse for any divine task. You know, you're just spreading the love around. Like everywhere needs plants, right?
They're important.
Even deserts need plants.
Everywhere has plants.
Yeah, man. So you know, everywhere you go, just plant a few things, and hey, I'll keep giving you some magic power. You know, keep them divine juices going. Just you know, try not to do anything too weird in my name. You know, like I got a pretty comfortable job here. You know, you guys are pretty comfortable. You finish this whole thing up. You know, you come back to the village unless you don't want to, but you
I
know
don't want to
everything's
leave the
nice there.
village,
Yeah, I
but I
know.
will,
That's
I guess.
thank you, man. Like I know I'm asking a lot for you real sudden, but sometimes things got to be done. You know,
So,
sometimes you got a wolf in the woods and you got to take care of it, even if you don't want to. Well, there's a really big wolf in the woods, and it's not going to be a good time if it's not taken care of.
so I just need to go kill a wolf in the woods. It's
Metaphorically,
not that
yeah.
bad.
I mean, that's metaphorically speaking. I'm not like technically supposed to help you aside from giving you some like instructions and stuff and like advice here and there and magic powers. So,
Sounds a lot like you're supposed to help me. No,
yeah, like
no offense.
yeah, we got our like you know, you've got like your order in the village there of, you know, who's on top of the totem pole. We got ours up here and the guy that's like way up top is pretty much like, yeah, you can help people, but you can only help them like a little. And you get a few people that you can give more stuff to. But you still it's like you can't go down there yourself. So like I can't go down there and actually do the stuff. I gotta get other people to do it. And Other people, in this case, it was you.
Because of magic tattoo or birth.
Yeah, man, that's yeah, that thing's been around since like the time of Beale. Like you know that country a little north of yours Beale found? Yeah, that Beale part, the guy that founded it. Yeah, that guy.
People have been getting magic birthmarks since the time he founded his country.
Well, since the time he died. But
Hmm.
yeah, that's that was like 990 years ago.
That was
Eclipse has been
a really long time ago.
eclipse has been happening every 50 years or so, and about 10 years there'll be another one. So I'm thinking that's about how long you got. Hmm. That's yeah. So you're gonna hear something real soon about this, anyways. So they'll tell you where to go. But unless you want to ask me any questions, just chill here for a while. I try to set up a nice dinner plate there for you. You know, be a gracious host.
It's cool spending time with you. But actually, I don't know where that thought was going.
Yeah,
I
man.
don't have any burning questions.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And hey, you keep up the good work. This is kind of just the afterlife, man. You just get to chill and be happy. Like, it's nice. Unless you want to become one with nature, that's a different thing. But like, that's also really cool too.
When you say become one with nature, it's like becoming a tree or some type of
Yeah, but
plant.
no, it's like that, but it's more, man. You become one with the spirit, like the spirit of the land itself.
It's like what fathers. Yeah,
Nah, even
except
more than
more
that.
extreme.
More extreme, yeah. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to explain in mortal terms for you to really like wrap your mind around. That's I don't mean anything bad by that. It's just kind of an elevated experience. Like you don't really understand it until you've been there, and then when you understand it, you can't really explain it to someone else who hasn't understand it. Do you understand?
I think I understand that I do not understand what you're understanding or wanting me to understand.
All right, so you understand.
I think so.
All right. Anyways, yeah, yeah. So whenever you start going, you're gonna find this old dude. He's gonna have something for you. Just hold on to it for a little while. He'll tell you more about it.
It's old dude or just an older dude.
Nah, man, he's gonna be like full wizard looking dude.
Oh,
Like
oh,
long, yeah, like super long white beard. Full on like got the robes, got the hat and everything. Not everyone can pull off, like the big hat, man. Like big hats look nice, but not everyone can do it.
it really sticks out and it's noticeable. You don't have the head for it. It doesn't.
Yeah, you also gotta kind of commit your whole wardrobe to it, man. Like, what I got on here doesn't mess with it.
I even see what he's wearing from down here.
It's pretty much just simple, say, Pretty much just a simple white cloth, almost like toga-like robe, just wrapped around him.
What am I standing next to his foot?
You're sat across it. You are at a weird space of the physical dimensions seem kind of morphic.
So I'm at a sort of angle, which is all the information I needed. My character standing directly underneath him. That would be awkward.
All right.
Suppose it's time to bring this queen to a froze.
Yeah, it's about that time.
Unless you have something else for me, of course.
No, that's what I had for you. Good luck in your travels, dude. They, you know, have a good time while you're out there. You'll probably meet some pretty crazy people.
All right, thank you. Have a good time while you're up here.
Yeah,
Doing
man, I
whatever
will.
it is you do.
And
Do I get out of here?
as you're saying, how do I get out of here? You just kind of slip back, like just almost turn ethereal and just kind of slide down through the chair, through the clouds, and kind of just have a brief moment of a falling sensation before kind of just gently slowing down and going down through the layers of the clouds again, looking this time, but looking up. Down through you go, you can see the layers of the trees, and then you pass through your hut before
Could I see
entering
Peter
back
while I was
into your
falling?
body. What?
Could I see Peter while I was falling? Peter being the rabbit that I picked up.
No, because you were looking up. As you re-enter your body and awaken.
A really good trip, or that actually happened. I don't know which it was just yet. Does anything look off about the room I'm in, or wherever I am?
No, it looks like the way you left it.
Sounds like I need to go find an old man. I guess. Getting up, getting ready to prepare to go leave the room. If there's nothing else for me to do in here.
No.
Speaking of old men, I can go talk to the chief. Tell him that I just got it with Arvindale. Arvindale. Because I wasn't exactly given a direction to go. That's the way I'll be heading.
All right. Go back to the chief. Hey, how was it, man?
It was. I don't know how to describe it. It was.
Yeah?
But I actually got to talk to him.
Nice.
He's a really chill dude. Got this big old pipe describing the scene to him.
So, like, what'd you talk about?
He asked me to go find some old man. Like real wizard old.
Oh yeah, we get some of those people that come by for trade on like occasion, but they usually come to us.
These any of them here right now?
We had an old guy that came by like yesterday, kind of wizard-like. Think that was the same dude.
Did he have the hat?
Yeah, he did have a pretty big hat. Yeah,
I think that might be the dude. He made a lot of comments about his hat.
it was a nice hat.
It's a nice hat if it suits him, but if it doesn't suit him,
So what do you gotta do when you find? What do you gotta do when you find the old guy though?
uh, talk to him about something, some wolf in the woods that's causing a problem. 10 years from now,
Oh man, it sounds like you got some like riddle stuff.
it didn't feel very straightforward, but it was very straightforward. So just say, there's a bunch of people with this, as they pointed my shoulder, meeting up to go deal with a wolf for something.
Oh hey, I wonder if you'll find the guy that had the nub.
I hope so. Maybe he still has his arm with him. Do you think he would?
I don't know. I don't know if people usually keep their like arms if they lose them something.
I think I heard one person try to turn his into a weapon. He just kept slapping people with it. That was a weird dude.
Yeah, man, some of those come by here every now and then. So like, you want to have a going away party or anything, or say goodbye to people, or you just gonna head out, man?
I think I'm just going to disappear. That I can get back before anyone ever notices. Hopefully.
I mean, they're gonna notice when like your day on the chore list comes up, and then they can't find you. I mean, I can keep it a secret till then. That'll be like next week.
Seems weird. I should tell me.
Yeah. You want me to gather people, or you want to just do it at like dinner tonight?
I'll just do it at dinner. I guess dinner's dinner. It can be like an after dinner surprise. Surprise, I'm
Yeah.
leaving for a trip that I may or may not come back from. Ooh.
Yeah. All right, man. Good talk. I'm gonna go talk to a tree that's going through a rough time. I'll see you at dinner, man.
Good luck.
Yeah, I gotta talk to the mites as well.
Hopefully
So
the mites aren't living in that tree.
yeah, that's kind of why the tree's not doing so good. So
Uh,
I gotta go work something out there. I'll see you at dinner, man.
later. I to you, Robert. I feel like I was supposed to go find somebody, or somebody was trying to go find me.
No, you're good.
Turn ADHD up to 11, and I'm forgetting.
Yeah.
I did not finish my task from before, and I
Didn't
need to go
finish your
find
what?
this old wizard dude. So I think I need to go find this old wizard dude. If I don't need to go find this old dude, I was going to go back to watering the carrots.
Just gonna water plants as they need, and don't really have anything else the rest of the day to do until dinner.
I've had a good sleep of 2 hours, so that's enough.
That was a pretty good sleep, though.
That was some pretty good tea. Maybe he'll have more of it if I go find him.
That food was really good.
Should have taken it to go back. Still
Do
gotta
you-
take all that.
Do you want to actually go and see if you can find some more of that tea?
No, that was just a passive thought.
All
I was
right.
distracting myself while bordering these.
All right. So, you go about your business for the day. Getting close to supper there. People start to go wash up, which for a lot of time is heading down to a stream nearby before coming back, or the people that can control water press to digitate type deal. Just get rid of that.
I,
As out before you for dinner wise, you have a nice, pretty nice sizable boar that got cut up and split between people, barbecued and cooked down. Say barbecued is just slow roasted.
you ever feel wrong about eating meat?
So for reference for Druidic here, it's been if something is killed, it is a very, you're allowed to hunt. It's more of don't overhunt.
Mhm.
You don't do it for sport. You do it for necessity. And when you do kill something, I'll say when you do kill an animal, you should use all of it if possible.
Mm-hmm.
So.
No need for resources to go to waste. Just it's like killing someone that you've known, you've been talking to, or could talk to. Really, is the morality of killing it that was questioned.
Yeah, a lot of people have that kind of issue. That's why a lot of people do just stick to the plants. But then you can also use talk with plants, and then they feel uncomfortable about that. But you got to think, all the other animals, they eat all the other animals too. It's just how the cycle of life works, man. The things eat other things. All you can do is, make the best of what you got.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. I'm just thinking about it because Chief go talk to the tree earlier, and then talk to a rabbit early. I just thought about it. Never really thought about it before. Besides, it's delicious.
Yeah, I mean, there's some like wood elves, a bit further south. Like they eat each other when they die. And that's like, that's a bit extreme, but at the same time, we kind of eat everything we can talk to as well. I don't think I can do that though.
When you say wood elves, you mean elves made out of wood, or just the race wood elves? Because if they're just eating wood, that's not a problem. But if they're
nah, man, it's the race.
oh, well, I'm glad they're over there. I don't understand that.
Hey, it's their thing. I mean, at least they wait till they're dead to start eating,
Could eat them while they're alive. That is true. And that would be even weirder. Staring at and talking to this guy as you're gnawing on his arm.
Yeah, it'd be kind of messed up, man.
Wait, what was I doing? Eating this boar meat.
And you know what? I'm gonna give you a minute to picture hot, juicy, succulent, fat-dripping boar meat. And I need to go check on something real quick. Should be back in just a moment.
Oh, very well.
Well, yeah, I'm back. All right. Okay. Well, well. All right. With your succulent boar meat being consumed, you're left around a table with several people saying thanks to the animal's carcass. While some are starting to polish off the bones, your chief there kind of rubs his belly for a second, leaning back, and looks at you. Hey, you want to tell him?
What?
You know the whole thing you gotta go do.
Ah, right. Is he like standing in front of everybody?
No, he's still sitting down. He's chilling.
Then I myself will stand up. Hello, hi, everyone. Um, my name is Danny.
Hi, Danny.
And apparently I've been tasked with glorious purpose. I've been tasked to go kill a wolf in the woods. Thank you for listening. I'll sit back down.
You just get like a small little like golf clap, a round of applause.
There we go. Job done.
All right, so when you want to head out?
I'm sure Arvandale would want P to finish it up sooner rather than later. I am not lowering my tone, so that's loud enough for anybody who's still listening to hear. He did say that he wanted it done sooner rather than later, because I was on that time constraint.
Oh man, how long you got?
He said something like 10 years, but it made it sound like a very short amount of time, but feels like a very long time.
Ah, man, 10 years, you got this.
But if it's like godly level deer or wolf, that might be a problem.
Yeah, but you got like 10 years to figure it out.
Yeah, I thought that was plenty of time. Yes. I probably should get going sooner, though. I was supposed to meet somebody somewhere, and he might not be there when I need to go meet him.
Yeah, that's fair, man.
Yeah. So I guess I'll leave tonight, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Just like pack enough stuff to go. Like, if you're gonna be gone a while, like winter's coming up.
I might need a few things for winter. But that's not too bad.
I mean, if you're going, well, I don't know where you'll be going. Never mind.
I don't know where I'll
Oh,
be
come
going.
here.
Just
I guess, man. I guess just like the stars will tell you at some point. All right. Well, everyone, everyone, come here. Give Dance Night a hug before he goes. Everyone, all right, come here. Group hug. As you are, whether you like it or not, assumed in the mass of flesh that is known as the group hug
how much really I'm going to go.
from
I'm
all
going to
sides.
group.
Okay. As you're not sure where they come from, but various wreaths of flowers at some point manage to make their way around your neck. So you get a myriad of voices just, bye, Danny. Hey, take it easy, man. Just a various amount of goodbyes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll get you a gift. Maybe I'll be able to cut off the wolf's paw or something.
So
If it's
you're,
actually might be a metaphorical wolf.
Yes. John Johnson there gives you a bag. So, hey, man, just like plant these wherever you go, from place to place.
Are these tea leaves? Or tea seeds?
Nah, man, there are all kinds of plants.
I don't know.
Like, you just reach in the bag and you'll get a few different seeds.
I'll be surprised whatever it is. Okay. I'm going to reach in the bag and plant a seed immediately.
just take one step out the door, plant it in the dirt immediately.
Not in like the walkway, because I don't want to be that type of thing. But off to the side, I suppose.
All right.
Yeah. Now I'm going to go off to go get myself prepared.
You gather what you think to be the necessary supplies for going on a questionable travel.
A couple snacks here. Maybe a seed or two there. Can I take the bunny? No, I shouldn't take the bunny.
And as after you get all your preparation done and you head out off into the night, you
I feel like I
get.
want the bunny.
Do you want the bunny?
I want the bunny.
You can take the bunny.
Yeah.
You you know, you're traveling for a good few hours in the night, and you spot something in the. Well, you smell it before you spot it. A bit of smoke in the air. as you can spot the very faint light of fire in the distance coming out of the mouth of a cave.
Well, someone's burning the midnight oil. I should go, because why not?
As you approach the cave, there is the fellow you are apparently supposed to meet. As there's an elderly man, say long white beard, gray hair, flowing underneath a purple, large-brimmed, slightly floppy hat with black trim and a matching dark purple robe. It's got some decently ornate golden inlay and black seams. And they're sitting there on a rock inside of the cave with just a small little fire going, warming their hands up. As they look like they're rolling something on the ground. And they pick them up and then throw it into the fire.
Hello? Anybody home? I say from the door entrance.
Huh? Oh, hey. Come on in, traveler. Fire's still warm.
Heading on in, go sit next to him by the fire.
As they look in the fire at what they just threw in there and just kind of go, okay, fascinating.
So, what you doing out here?
Well, I was practicing some fortune telling, and, well, the fortune is kind of right on time, but technically a bit late. I guess, the fortune was there, but I didn't really read it until you came in here. Anyways.
Oh, what's your fortune? Maybe I can give you some unique insight on it, or Peter can. See, referencing to the right.
Well, the bones told me someone would come greet me in a cave, which you just did as I was reading them.
Wow. Looks like I'm the frozen one.
Oh, if you sit by the fire.
Fires are good for keeping you warm.
Yeah.
Bad timing. Oh well. So, hi.
Hi.
Name's Danny. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Danny. I'm Bolvaker.
Can I make the assumption that you're an old wizard dude?
I
No
mean,
offense.
some people know me as an old wizard, dude. I own a shop. I own a shop down in Coral.
Where's Cora?
You ever been? Okay, yeah, you've never been there. It's
What is Coral?
it's a smaller country down south. Not too far down south, but the border, next one down.
Well, then, if you're just here, you said you just read your fortune. Why are you here?
I mean, why am I not here?
Sure, why are you not here? You can be here if you want to be here.
And no. See, I was practicing some bone divination, and that's the fortune I was reading. Why was I out here? Oh yeah, I was supposed to give someone this. And he reaches into a satchel bag and pulls out a head of lettuce. Alright. So this is for you. This is the never wilting lettuce. I need you to hold on to this and keep it safe. You'll know when the time comes to use it.
Alright, that's a just a head of lettuce.
Not just any head of lettuce, the never wilting head of lettuce. Don't eat it.
I will not do so.
Alright, good.
But I
So
will
you'll know when
accept this mission with gratitude.
you'll know when the time comes to use this. Just hold on to it till then, keep it safe. Swallow it like a baby if you have to. Stops a second.
How much does
I
it
probably
do?
I'm sorry, what?
Carry on, carry on.
I was just saying, I probably should be getting back to my shop now.
In the middle of the night?
Yeah,
Oh, you still have the fire roaring right here?
I can put that out. Unless you want to use it.
Didn't you say your shop at the country over? That's a long ways to walk in the middle of the night.
Who said anything about walking?
You just said you were leaving.
Yeah, but I'm like an awesome wizard. I have magic.
Ah, wizards. Right. You're a wizard, dude. You can probably just, fly back home.
I mean, I could fly, but that's still kind of a long way. I'm just gonna teleport there.
That's something you can do?
Yeah,
You can just say, I want to go home and snap your fingers and be there?
I'm a really good wizard.
Oh, I see. That's a thing. Well then, if you're headed out, safe journeys? But you're just teleporting home.
So, do you want me to put the fire out, or do you want to keep it? I mean, this is a pretty good cave to stay the night in.
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Alright, make sure to put the fire out when you're done then.
Of course. Of course. This is a good place to go plant one of those seeds.
And leaving the never wilting head of lettuce with you.
Wait, how do I
You won't-
use this?
You will know when the time comes! And then just poof of smoke gone.
Just a head of lettuce. Okay.
Please add the head of never wilting lettuce to your inventory.
I actually need to keep a hold of this head of never wilting lettuce.
I mean, that wizard just asked you to.
Time comes to use this. Okay.
Far off in the distant future, the time for it will definitely come, and you will think that it is not the time and refuse to use it.
Peter the rabbit is also added to my They have been stored in different compartments for safety reasons.
All right.
Okay. That happened. I met the old wizard dude like my god intended me to. I pronounced it 4 different ways. Perhaps tonight.
All right. As both of you, so let's say for for Danny, you'll be venturing out over pretty much, I'll say, about the next day and a half, carrying. 1 second. Sorry, I had to burp. You'll be carrying on with your travels. As well, you met the old wizard man. He told you where his shop was. All that you really got from that was it's down south.
Are you taking me with him?
Maybe, but he didn't. That's a question for if you go to a shop.
These are questions I am asking out loud to Peter Pettigrew. To Peter the rabbit, as I'm just walking along, having internal monologues.
But as you do that, Arik, we're gonna pick up back with you before converging.
What?
All right. You have been tasked to go several miles up the road to go find an elven witch named Rosegold, as you were told. Carrying by the way, do you put on the sweater?
Yes.
Or is that okay?
It's cold.
As you have your nice big poofy sweater on, you are met with a very comforting warmth. It's a very nice relief from everything else going on. Continuing north. You're not quite there at the Northlands. Continuing north. Takes you till about noon getting up there. Where there's sort of a very clear line from where the flora is pretty much you just have wild grasses and flowers, which are mostly, let's say, are in the parts of falling apart in the fall. They've done their thing, so now they're starting to wither. And are met immediately with a orangey pink line that's very clear cut across a good chunk of the horizon, where the flowers are taller, hardier, and appear to be in full bloom. You can see a variety of butterflies in the air.
That's probably the magic place. Yay.
As you start to go uphill, The air here is filled with a sweet honeysuckle smell. You have various trees around in that sort of transitioning from green to orange in the fall, and ordered in a row to where they sort of have that slow fade to transition, but they don't hit the point where their leaves have fallen off. Starting to take a line leading into what looks like a decently sized house built into a mound. However, the house structure appears to be completely made out of tree roots coming out of the ground and shaping themselves. As you approach, you get to say, This place is weird and unnatural to you. You have never known such peace in the land as you have in this moment. And that just doesn't feel right to you.
It's wrong.
Yeah. You don't feel like someone's looking to kill you at any moment.
It's really wrong.
As you get up to a large double door section with have a sort of like the letters in the door, on the door, are sitting there with little sprouts of flowers actually bloomed out to spell these letters in different colors. You just have a welcome on the top, kind of like with a little like embroidered heart around it. And you can smell something that smells like baked pastries inside, like coming from inside. How would you like to go about entering?
Okay, mental preparedness note said, watch out for weird shit and letter of the law type things. Okay? Okay. And knock on the door.
Say, you knock on the door, and it opens with, you don't see anyone who opened the door. The interior appears to be lit magically by some kind of means in the ceiling, with a faint pinkish light.
With this door opening, I'm assuming that means I have permission to enter?
Takes a second. Oh, I'm sorry, dearie. I didn't hear you knock on the door. I'm with a customer. I'll be there in 1 second, please. You're welcome to come on in and make yourself at home.
Sure then, just in the entryway.
Take a seat if you want to. I'll be there in a moment.
I think I'd rather not.
Are you muttering that or just thinking that?
Thinking that.
Alright. As outside of the light, in here, everything looks like it's made from the trees themselves, just about. As there looks to be some kind of windy disturbance in the air that goes over by what looks like a little like waiting table near, say, as you can see, there does appear to be another door, which looks more like a back-end business type area, a front-end desk that you can see all sorts of bottles, which you can probably assume are potions, maybe poisons, various different alchemical ingredients, foods, books, all back behind there. And that little air current just sets down a glass of clear liquid, which you could, it might be water, it might not, and some of those, what you probably were smelling, little pastries that have looks like apples, smells like apples. Yeah, you think that's apple cinnamon?
Let's
Yeah,
not.
you think that's apple cinnamon?
Let's not drink or eat anything.
All right, but those were presented on the table, and a couple minutes pass, and the door opens, and you see what looks to be sort of just one of the edgiest boys, like Dark Knight armor, just full cast iron, black steel, set about, leather and spikes, kind of head hanging down, and looks at you, and you can't quite see his eyes, but you can kind of feel the shame or embarrassment, maybe both, as he kind of softly, as quietly as he can in the armor, just walks out the door. It gives you a curt nod and leaves.
Was that just Bart's character from that one episode of The Simpsons?
I'm trying to think of what you're talking about.
There's an episode where I think Marge finds like some sort of fantasy MMO, and Bart's like the Shadow Knight. And then,
I don't think I've seen that
and
one.
then eventually, I think that Marge shames him, and of course everybody rises up and immediately decapitates him.
No, this was just supposed to be generic, edgy Black Knight looking thing.
Okay.
As you see them after you can see them after they step out of the threshold of the door. They cast some magic, and so as they bring forth like a spectral steed and get on there and start to gallop away as the door closes. Oh, sorry for the wait, dearie. How can I help you? My name's Rose Gold, owner of this fine establishment.
It's no problem at all. I came here unannounced. Thank you for seeing me. As far as help goes, I was told to contact you to see about transportation to insert name, because today's a really bad day for names in Arik.
You're wanting to go to Coral Pearl. Unless I'm misremembering as well. I do that a lot.
Well, if you're misremembering, then I'm fucked.
I am terrible with names, and I have so many different names
Uh-huh.
that I mix things up.
It's the correct location for wherever the fuck it is we're all going right now.
Yeah. But, I know Coral. I just had the moment of, I did name the capital Pearl, right? Wait, fuck, am I thinking of something else? I made the mistake of naming things after gemstones and rare items in a local area, so I might get them mixed up if I don't have my actual little map open.
That's what the info page is for.
I have we'll fill that out later. I have your two little information pages for me to write little stuff down at, so at the moment. But as described, nope. This is a as described as a an elven woman, little on the shorter side, long platinum blonde braided back hair, adorned with various different flowers, and held together with little bits and baubles of gold interlaced. If you think of the stereotypical witch attire, swap it out with a very pastel pink.
Only this time not played by Ariana Grande.
Yeah. And
that movie has no right being 3 fucking hours long and part 1 of 2.
what movie?
They made a movie from the Wizard of Oz musical.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's real long. And it feels really long.
But yeah. Think you know when you think of the sort of like portly grandma,
Okay.
she's about that size.
So definitely not the skeleton lady. Gotcha.
No, but however, there is the issue of you see the pointy elven ears there. Yeah, that elven thing where they live a really long time. You can't tell. You have no inclination or how old she is to go off of age or experience on things.
Elvish is actually one of the other languages I picked up, so I probably have a general idea about that.
I just meant off of how she looks.
I'm just saying. Because
Yeah.
Islander secluded.
Yeah. But all right. So you were told to go somewhere.
Evidently there is some coming conflict and darkness and all that other not so fun stuff. It has already forced me from my home, and the people that have helped me have directed me to go this direction. I am hoping you might be counted amongst those who have helped me.
Well, I most certainly could help you. We have a wee issue of the property for where you're wanting to go to. The place I know of is. You may have to do a favor for someone else, and I cannot guarantee what that favor would be. But I can get you to that property near instantaneously.
At this point, I am doing what I have to do.
All right.
I have perilously little to offer in exchange right now.
Well, how about a little trade of information?
Oh?
I love reading a good book. And I love hearing the stories that people tell. So, how about we take a little luncheon break, and you tell me all about your people, and if the things that you hear from the stories are true or not.
Arik is an understanding if what things are true or not from what stories.
Like stories about the auntie.
Oh, okay, from their perspective. Gotcha. I understand now.
Yeah.
That would likely depend on what stories you've heard, and what side of my culture it is you wish to hear about.
Oh, we got all day unless another customer shows up. Just start from the beginning or what you know of. Or about yourself. I don't get too many visitors, and usually when I do, it's a lot of people in rough situations that need some help. Or it's just people coming in to buy potions for their caravans and need to get fixed right up. Need some magic in them. If you have coin, I have plenty of potions as well.
A rift of that at the moment. But, I suppose, and then he'll start off with basically the summarization of his place and his people, alluding to other things in case they're like, oh, tell me more.
Yeah. Oh! You know, in a lot of ways, it's actually worse than what the rumors are.
Be that as it may, it was my home, and I hope to return to it someday.
Well, everyone's different. You haven't touched any of the complimentary snacks, though. Are you not hungry? Is it not to your liking?
Meaning no offense, I'm pretty sure that the last time I was at my home, the things offered to me would have proven dangerous. I'm a little, fish out of water, as it were.
Oh, you poor thing, but you need to eat, though. It's not poisoned or anything unless for some reason you're allergic to apple, cinnamon, and butter. With a little squirt of lemon and some vanilla bean.
Out of the things they mention, are there anything he just straight up doesn't recognize?
Vanilla bean and cinnamon.
I don't know what vanilla or cinnamon is.
Oh, I don't know if you'd be allergic to them then. It wouldn't be good to have anything you're allergic to.
Kinda surprised to know what butter is.
Well, I did say I could get you there immediately, but I have to prepare my magics for that. So, if you don't mind, I'll be able to take you tomorrow. If and that's okay.
Very well, do you know anywhere where I might rest for the night then?
I mean, I do offer lodging here, but you said you're strapped of gold. Don't normally do things for free. You're not familiar with the land, so I don't need any offense by this. I don't know if I could trust you to work the fields and deal with the locals. Maybe if you went back to the village, but that's a long walk. Oh, if you're some kind of destiny child, I don't want you to get snatched up by one of the tricksters out there in the flower fields. And they know I don't like it when they take my customers. Kind of stopping and kind of like pacing back and forth for a minute of a mixture of like, this isn't the best for business, but oh, I know just the thing. Can you write in common?
I'm not particularly practiced at it, but I know the symbols.
Well, what languages are you practiced at writing in?
The more practiced ones would probably be Common, Abyssal, and Draconic, yeah?
Yeah,
Maybe Infernal?
Inferno, not as much.
I don't know what they're doing over there. Those are my
Yeah.
wheelhouse, along with Elvish.
Well, you can take your time on it. I've got magic to read things even if it's chicken scratch. Write down the story of your adventures as you go. And then, if you're not dead by the end of it, I'd like a copy.
Very well. I'll try to ensure that it doesn't get destroyed along the way. And if it is, then I'll just have to replace it. I'm trying not to aggrandize too much.
Oh, you're lucky I'm one of the good witches. Some of my sisters where I learned things from could be quite nasty with their deals. I just like to sit out in my little cottage here and enjoy things. Like cheesecake. Have you ever had cheesecake?
I don't believe so.
You have not.
Is it some type of cake with cheese on it?
She'll sit there and do a little minor illusion of a cheesecake. Like, presentation, like slice.
So it's a cake made of cheese.
It's made of sweet and cheesed and other things.
Okay.
It's rich and delicious.
I'll have to remember to find some at some point.
Oh, I need to tell my sister about this. I mean, that's where you'd be going anyways, but I need to write to her about this. Don't know what she'll ask of you, by the way, though. She's still a good witch. She can just be a bit nasty at times. Anything, Eric?
Not to that.
Alright. And... okay. Well... I'll let you stay in a room upstairs for the night. Just don't mess around with anything.
Is there anything in particular I should be worried about? Trying to entice some messings around?
While you're in here, you should be safe as long as you don't invite anything in. If you go out into the flower fields or into the forest, there's some fey life out there that may make some tricky deals.
I see.
Or just make a fool out of you. Usually the latter, a lot of them just like to have fun, but sometimes their definition of fun is a bit different than most normal people's. And if you happen to see any short little satyr, which if you don't know what those are, the kind of little goat men, I got goat legs and little horns off the heads. If they invite you somewhere, politely decline. And tell them you have an appointment somewhere else.
Specifically an appointment.
Well, somewhere else you have to be.
Okay. I didn't know if they held timekeeping in the highest regard.
Sometimes they do, but also, if you just say if you have somewhere else to be or someone else to meet with, that way it doesn't come off as rude. Politeness can be very important. All right. Well, you don't seem to be too much of a talker.
I've had a very long couple of days. I do apologize.
Understandable. Just let me know if you want anything to eat. I can get you something simple. Like a good berry. Would you like a good berry? It'll fill you up. They're not the most tasteful, but you won't starve.
Okay. I suppose I am curious.
And she'll sit there and cast a spell and cup her hands. And when she opens her hands, there's a few little berries. Ta-da! Good berry.
Is it a good berry because it's coming from a good witch?
It's the name of the spell. I guess you could say this is just an extra good berry.
Very well then.
They have slight medicinal properties, which help heal people, but one good berry keeps the average person full for an entire day. With enough nutritional value to keep you going.
So they are invaluable in a survival situation.
Correct? They also disappear in a day within casting, though. Now, if you don't have any questions, she just pinch one and hold it out towards you.
Hold on hand.
Drop Goodberry to hand.
Feel it. Tentatively eat it.
I say it's a small, slightly firm, with a little bit of a give, reddish orange berry. It's juicy. It's slightly sweet with a flavor that doesn't really compare to other fruit. It's not overly sweet. And yeah, you instantly feel just the hunger of not having eaten go away. Like, you don't feel like bloated type full, like you actually have a full stomach, but you feel content. See? Much better now, right?
It is. I thank you for that and for my lodging. If I could get that situated, I would like to rest.
She'll reach under the desk. Go through a drawer. Here you go. First one on the left.
Take the key and try to go find.
And pointing towards an upstairs area. As you start to go up the steps, she pulls out a just large book and starts furiously writing. as the key itself is a wooden key, and all the doors here look like wooden vines that wrap together and close on a central point, having a little slot. You get to the first one on the left there. Put the key in, and it opens right. It just kind of slurp. The wood just kind of like slurps on back. Slurp isn't the right word, but I feel like it's the right visual. It's definitely not the right sound effect. But I think you see where I'm going with it.
Go inside and pocket the key, unless it ate it.
No, I didn't need it. After you walk in, it kind of just closes back behind you with that same little slot. The air in here feels nice and temperate. It's warm, but not hot. Nice and cozy. The bed appears to be made out of some kind of fungus. And you just have a soft little lamp table stand, a little clothing dresser. It's a small little window that be really hard for someone of your size to fit through, but it's just a small little what looks like glass window and a cross notch in it, made out of the wood of the tree.
Just as tentatively as possible, make ready to go to bed. Everything about this place just feels wrong.
As you get yourself ready for bed and lay down on the large mushroom, it's got a nice amount of give to it, kind of like slightly spongy. It's more comfortable than you thought it would be. And as you lay down to it, it kind of takes the shape of your body a little bit. Memory foam mushroom. As you relax, start to doze off, you have the uncomfortable memories of just a few assassination attempts that have happened throughout your life. Kind of at one point get to the end there where you have those darts, one that missed you and one that hit your servant there. As in this kind of fever dream state, you start to see things from his perspective, as he got hit by the dart and one missed you, and starting to rush you off through the woods. And that feeling of your body slowly starting to burn everywhere, and just heavier and heavier, is every breath starts to ache more and more. It was like you're choking and drowning in your own lungs. You start to cough. As you get to a point after a few minutes of running further deep into the woods, say to where you take your belt off and hand it to yourself and give some parting words, as the pain starts to elevate past burning and just becomes numb, as everything starts to black out and you just wake up in a cold sweat.
Unpleasant, but there is little I can do about it. So just
Yeah.
catch breath.
As you hear you hear a knocking on the door. Are you okay in there, young one?
Yes, I'll be fine. Just trauma.
Well, you slept about the whole day away, dearie.
My apologies. I did not mean to be late. Get up.
Oh, it gave me time to prepare the spell. It's the next day, after all. As back at Thaddeus, you have had quite some time. So you've had most of another day to travel, and starting to get towards sunset. You are coming across into another territory, sort of a borderline area. It's kind of, let's say, you're. It's sort of like the ending point of where your druid clan's territory would be completely. Where the nature spirits sort of shift their territory. Any treaty of phase and such in the land or nature spirits may be different here. And rules that your clan leader made may not hold up here. As you come to an area where the entire woodland has changed color, going from the pine trees. This is various ash trees. However, a lot of them have taken on, in their leaves, a very deep reddish, almost purple kind of mauve. Say, mauve and burgundies, shades of. And there is relatively close a pretty gigantic tree that has a nice little opening at the bottom where the roots have just grown that ginormous. You could pretty much just live in here as a hut. As before you really have any time to question what's going on with his border territory and actually cross the border, you are met with the sky itself starting to ripple as it goes across the clouds into the deep blue, going into shades of red and purple across the horizon into the mountains. You're met with... I meant to write this down earlier. We're winging it. Hello? Is this thing on? As for Danny... Huh. Is that the voice of the guy you met last night? Sounds a lot like him. The guy that gave you a head of lettuce.
That was weird.
Alright. Yeah, is this thing on? Yes. Get on with it already. Yeah, alright, don't rush me. Let me do my thing here. Attention, people across all nations and all lands. There is something happening soon. that may affect all of you. Those that bear the mark of potential are being summoned to Coral to possibly deal with this. Please let them deal with any and all borders and crossing without any toll. I mean, I'm serious about that. If you cross up any borders, I'll be upset. I will come rain meteors if I have to, if I find people locking up borders and stopping this. What was I saying? As you sit there and hear like a shuffling of papers, momentarily, like they're reading off of a script. Ah, yes. Anyways, all of you that bear the Mark of Destiny, Mark of Chosen, Prophecy, whatever you want to call it, them strange little marks that you and scars you guys got, please make your way to Coral, and we will discuss the matters further there. Thank you. Okay, how do I turn this thing off? As you hear what sounds like some fumbling with something, and then the sky stops rippling. From Camaxtle's point of view, Rose Gold had taken you outside and started preparation on things and taken you to a very large tree in the middle of the grove of flowers. As the sky rippled and you heard that same little speech. Oh, that's wonderful news, dearie. Look at that. Looks like that whatever destiny you had before was manifesting in front of you. Oh, it's always neat to be part of someone's fate. Unless it's a bad fate. Not as big a fan of those. I hope that yours isn't a bad fate.
I'll take that to heart.
Well, I don't want to disobey them there and have them come rain meteors on me. So let's get you across. And they are going to cast a spell. And you're going to sit there and take a minute as a portal opens up in between the roots. All right. Quickly through now.
Give her a nod and give.
As you thump out on the other side. And say as she follows suit behind you momentarily. And popping into this land, one thing you note is, oh, it got a lot colder as you can feel it on your face as the wind kicks up in the air immediately as you cross through. A spatter of wind and orange leaves. Reddish orange leaves.
Old snake.
Very cold. As Danny? Huh. Okay, so that just came out of the tree in front of you. It just had a big bright magical light and two people just stepped out.
People popping out of trees. That's something I expect to see today.
And compared to the air that you were just in, this place has a small bit of, I wouldn't say gloom. It's almost like there's a bit of melancholy in the air.
That almost feels more normal.
Yeah, for you. And as you see an elf, and you're not sure what that is over there next to the elf come out of the tree. Danny? You two kind of meet eyes with each other for a second. Any immediate words?
Unless we're stuck on a Pokemon battle screen, no.
All
Right
right.
now, I'm just kind of assuming it's your sister somehow. And I'm trying not to judge.
Yeah.
She's cold.
I'm also
He
cold.
looks. She looks fine though. Oh, hello, dearie. I haven't seen your face around here before, although it's been a few decades since I've been here.
Hello. I'm not typically over here. I've just been walking for a couple days.
Oh, are you on a storm drains? Oh, I haven't seen him in decades. Ah, he must be a fine young man by now. Well, middle-aged, I guess, for his kind.
Middle-aged? Feels so old to me. No offense. No offense? Who's gonna take offense?
Creature
Oh, my
before me
system.
seems confused, I think in my head.
Well, my sister might take offense if you call her old.
Most people do. Which is why that was my default reaction. Hi. You just came out of a tree.
Yes, I did.
Is there any reason why?
I'm taking this fine gentleman here because we just heard that call from the sky and he's got the mark. So we're taking him to travel.
Yeah, that was a weird old wizard dude I just met, like, yesterday. He didn't take offense to being called old when I slipped.
Oh, that's probably good he didn't take offense then.
He apparently can throw meteors.
That's what the sky said, yes. I wouldn't
And
test
speak
it.
to people in the sky. Hmm. So, do you know what this Mark of Destiny is? Or whatever that is? And does that mean that you have it if you're taking whatever? Say, pointing to Mr.
Snack.
You.
Well, I don't have one myself. My sister does, though. But I was just gonna get you two here and give you directions and head off. Unfortunately, due to some circumstances in life, me and my sister can't really be in the same place too much. Our effects on the surrounding nature don't go well with each other, and they can cause some disturbances. So, I can't stay here very long. If you have any questions, ask them now. Before I head off.
Well, if you're not allowed to sit and meet with them, are there any messages or words that you wish to be relayed?
Oh, we keep in contact pretty often for messengers.
Give
That
a
should
nod.
be good.
Very well.
Don't forget about our deal. And with that,
It was nice meeting you.
she's going to point you a direction. Alright. Once you start seeing the plum trees. Oh, wait, I don't know if you know what a plum tree is from her yet. She'll, she'll do a little minor illusion of plum tree. These are in bloom all year round here, so once start heading west, and once you start seeing the plum trees, just keep following them until you find civilization. You should find a small, about the same size inn as mine, called the Sugar Plum. There you'll meet my sister Plumrose, and she'll take care of you. Maybe. Don't make her upset.
I see. Thank you. Again.
Alright, dearies, and it's nice to meet you, young man. I hope everyone over there is doing fine. I'll have to stop by and visit sometime. But I have matters to attend to. So I'll be off.
Would you like a
Toodles.
seed?
Stops. What kind?
I don't know.
Sure, why not?
Just gonna hand her
see
a
what
seed
kind.
as well. I'll sort of plant these places. So,
Oh, thank you. You're doing a good deed.
Yeah.
And she's gonna cast the spell again and go back through the tree. And leaving the two of you in the woods together at dusk. As once that portal closes, just without her presence there, it feels slightly gloomier. The air feels slightly heavier. And a bit colder.
oh, hi.
Hello there.
It's nice to meet you. Are you also... Wait, how do I say this without being rude?
Old.
That's not rude. Fey in nature? Like, she clearly is.
I do not believe so, no.
Okay, cool. Cool. Well, looks like you have places you need to go.
Down to
Do you
that.
want like a...
Go on.
Like when I say, do you want like a jacket or something?
I have one, but I am not acclimatized yet.
I heard the best way to get used to the cold is to just embrace it.
I don't know how well that'll go for me. Regardless, go on.
I was gonna say, do you just not like the cold?
It's an alien concept. And thus far I have not found it agreeable.
This will be the closing bit for the night, so whenever you guys are good, that'll be good.
All this
I've tried to get down to business like 3 times, and then he has something
ahead.
that isn't business. Regardless of that particular annoyance, I believe we're heading to another witch's house. Or at least I am. Are you also heading that direction?
I am looking for a place called Coral, I think. So maybe?
Well, it seems that they're teleporting me along to get to there, so I'm having to assume that that's where we're going?
Maybe you'll let me tag along.
Perhaps.
I'm not teleporting.
Well, seemingly that sky message seems to have done something, but we were also told not that I was also told not to make her sister mad. The previous one was described as a good witch, whatever that means. And evidently this one that we're going to is less on that side, but still good. So likely slightly more of a temperament. I'm out of my depth here, honestly. But, oh well.
Just don't willingly offer anything. And you'll probably be fine. Probably.
I feel like you want to add a maybe at the end of that.
Really, maybe. You shouldn't accept anything either.
I see.
And you should really be careful with words.
But at the
You better
same
be careful with
time,
words.
you can't be a poor house guest. Yes?
Same thing, you can't be rude or a poor house guest.
So, you have to take what is offered.
Or find a way to politely decline. Yeah.
The last one did mention appointments, so who knows? Anyway, if we're both heading in the same direction, then I see no reason not to travel together. You should likely take lead, as I have no idea where I am.
Sure. She said go look at the peach trees, right?
Plum.
Peach. They're the same color.
I don't even know if that's true.
That's how's it compare to a mango?
Off to find the peach tree. It's in this direction, I think.
Plum trees. I
Plum
believe she
trees,
gestured
right.
that way. In case it comes to it, my name is Camaxtle. What is yours?
You said you weren't Faye?
To my knowledge.
Cool. Name's Danny. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Huh?
I said my name's Danny.
And then you said nice to meet you, and then I'm pretty sure you said ice to meet you. Are you just making a pun for some reason?
No. Let's get going.
Right. Yeah. I see
Just
you've
look
brought...
really cold, and I thought humor would help you. Warm up those old bones. Not that I'm calling you old.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Laughing is therapeutic. Well, plum tree, this. Start heading in that direction.
Trepidatiously follow along.
And with that, which heading into nightfall.
They're the native, they know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely know exactly where I'm going in this place I've never been.
As the druid, I hope you're better at this than I am.
Yeah,
God
I'm
damn.
absolutely better at this. A place I've never been. I won't get you lost, I promise.
Good, because, if you're wrong, you will be cursed.
What was that?
You heard me.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be my first.
People have, in fact, come to your chief to get curses removed.
I know how to do that. That's fine.
All right, but with that, we go for the session. We'll probably do, well, do one more of yours and one more of theirs, and that should be linking everyone up.
And now we're level 1. Yay.
Were we not level 1? I was operating as if I had an out.
He had to pick up his warlock powers.
Ah, I see. And now he's level 1.
Or level 2.
If we need to level up, you gotta tell me, man. You gotta tell me.
Maybe level
Should we-
3.
Not that one. 2.
Oh,
Whoa. Alrighty. Anything before I stop recording?
One of you traveled halfway across the world, and one of you met God.
no, we both met God.
Nah, he
Right?
met an envoy.
Oh,
He met an envoy.
I wasn't
He
paying
met, he, met,
attention.
he met a messenger.
Gotta say, pretty chill dude. Not-
You've lived in a village of stoners your whole life.
It wasn't unexpected. That God would also be a stoner.
Maybe that's what the Yanti need to fix themselves.
I do have plenty of
Alrighty.
seeds.
Good night.
Yeah, bye.
Good night. Goodbye.